How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome. Think we got some stuff to talk about too today. Yes, we do. What is this update? Download manager. What are you updating? Burning Crusade Classic. Ah, classic public test realm. That's not the one we wanted. Give me 9.2 PTR Blizzard, please. 9.2 talk, yes, please. I think so. A strong likelihood. A very strong likelihood. Let's get some games up and running. Let's get this loaded. So, what did people think of the developer update yesterday then? Eternity's End. I mean, they really are trying to cut all ties to the past by the sounds of things. Let's just end all eternity and break shit. There was an update yesterday. We're going to watch it in a minute because I watched it yesterday. I was out when it went live. I watched it when I got home last night. But I want to go through it again and break it down a little bit. So that's something we're going to do today. There's lots to talk about, but gameplay-wise, we're going to try and continue on our adventure on Draenor. I want to get some of the professions leveled up today. Additionally, just my fucking luck, right? They release level 60 boosts like 3 days after I buy a boost. God damn you, Blizzard. So, Blizzard have scammed me out of 6 levels. But, hey, what are you going to do? I could put in tickets and try and... but I just can't be asked. It's fine. But yes, we've got some stuff to talk about today. Let me see if I can load up the actual not the interview, the thing. Please hold. We're going to go through this morning. I want to break this down in a bit of detail. This is the one we want. Whoa. Relax. All the noise. But yes, Eternity's End developer preview. Now, the like to dislike ratio is proving to be quite interesting. Proving to be very interesting. It seems to, I mean, to be fair, the fact that there's more upvotes than there is downvotes is actually surprising. I was half expecting, regardless to what Blizzard, said that they're going to do, I was almost certain that it was just going to get ratioed into the ground. Because at this point, I don't feel that the vocal minority, I don't think there's any pleasing the vocal minority at all, but we'll have to see how it plans out. We'll go through this in a minute. I want to let a few people filter in because I'm quite aware that there will be lots of questions about this, and we're going to talk about this in a bit of detail. First though, let's get some auctions done. I have logged on already once this morning. I've been up a little while already. But let's make sure I've got everything cancelled, relisted, posted. We might do a quick little restock on legendaries, as it's weird, right? When you end up being in the position where you're one of about 2 people that are actually crafting and selling legendaries on a realm that is still showing some demand for legendaries. I'm burning through my stock really quickly. So we need to maybe have a quick little look at that. Restock legendaries, you say? Yes, restocking of the legendaries. Let's get the other account open as well. Right, where are we at here? This one. Oh, I got any coffee left? Not any warm coffee. Ugh! Nothing worse than cold coffee. Well, there's nothing worse than lukewarm coffee. Ugh. Yuck. Interestingly, though, there's been a few there's been a few interviews that have gone out by the Blizzard devs, annoyingly, to foreign countries. There was an interview done for a French publication, and there was an interview done for a Korean company, which have been loosely translated, which have actually revealed more than this stupid Eternity's End developer preview video did. Things like 2 legendaries confirmed. Now, it was always rumored anyway, but 2 legendaries in the next patch. One being just any old legendary that you want to use, and you can equip your Covenant legendary at the same time. So this is going to mean even if the Covenant legendaries are not your best in slot legendary, you will be wearing one. Because a Covenant legendary is better than no legendary. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some sims and some min-maxing that will end up happening, pushing out the legendaries, but the point is that they tell everybody that you can wear 2 legendaries. The majority of the player base will be running around wearing 2 legendaries, which I'm very interested to see what they do with professions, because that could mean if it's still left in the hands of the crafters, oh boy, legendary sales could go wild. Wild. But we'll see. Sounds like a good excuse to check out the LST crafting with the new sorted table. We may take a little look. See if I can talk properly this morning. Right. Expired stuff. Let's put expired stuff back on the auction house first, though. Can we get some sound? There we go.
I cannot carry more.
I cannot carry more. Yeah, it's like it's pretty safe to say that when you end up being the only one selling virtually the only one selling legendaries on your realm, that the sales are pretty juicy. Pretty juicy. Steady sales through October, just by doing some simple relisting. And then 9.1.5 launches, and off to the moon we go. Off to the moon we go. Nearly 8 million gold profit on this piddly little medium pop realm in a month. That is wild. Actually wild. But if you bully the rest of your competition into submission, and Blizzard helps you out by making the game terrible to play, then if you're really lucky, you put yourself in a position where, you know, you just print money. It feels gross, but I'll keep doing it for as long as it, you know, as long as it lasts. Yeah, 16 million gold in sales over the last week. And realistically, for the last few days, I've not even been playing the game because I've not felt great. In fairness, we've spent 13 million gold. That's actually mental. What the hell have I spent 13 million gold on in the last week? I don't know. Either way, well, you can see we are seriously lacking in legendaries. We have a grand total of 114 legendaries across all rank 4s, 5s, and 6s. I mean, that's hard. That's barely more than one of everything. And I only stocked one of each rank 5. I'm meant to have 3 of every rank 4 and 3 of every rank 6. So, might have to do a bit of a restock today. I wanted to continue on with Draenor, but I think as long as we can get materials and don't have to pay out our ass for them, it would be sensible to maybe do a restock on this. So, considering the man himself is in here, what do we, in fact, I should probably check that I've updated LST, because actually I don't think I have. Curseforge, hello? There was a one line. We'll get to this in a minute, but in this developer preview, there was one line that said updated legendary. Updated professions, and then it quickly moved on to something else. Interestingly, though, when they said now I don't know if this was deliberate. I don't know how min-maxy they were on the footage for this thing. But interestingly, though, if you want to break it down and try and analyze the crap out of it, when the line came through updated professions, there was also a character skinning a new mob. Which, if you were to read into it and to know how World of Warcraft tends to do things, that could also indicate new materials. Which would not surprise me at all. How are you doing, Lyth? Welcome in. Good morning to you. When you switch PCs, how do you transfer TSM groups and operations? To my understanding, you can't easily do that. Because your TSM groups and operations and everything are stored locally. There's no global storage of groups and operations, so you'll just have to copy paste the information across. But it obviously then means if you make changes on one PC, you'll have to do that again. There's no synchronization between different physical PCs. Even the desktop application doesn't. Now they are rebuilding the TSM desktop application, so I mean we can keep all our limbs crossed and hope that maybe in the future they add that. But as it stands currently, it's there's no official support for multi-PC stuff. Right, there's everything updated. That should hopefully have updated LST as well. Yeah, here we go. 2.17, is that the most up-to-date version? I should check the Discord, find out. 2.17, yeah. There we go. Right. Let's throw a reload this way then. You can just sync the WTF folder between your PCs by using a generic cloud syncing service. I mean, that's a way around it, I suppose. If you have the know-how. I still revert to my original point, though, that there's no official TSM support for that. If you hack it, sure. There's probably a way. Right, what's changed with LST then? Is it just a when you do a restocky thing, it puts it in a this list is now ordered, is it? Is that meant to be what it is? It doesn't look very ordered to me. Sorted by price or by profit? Is there a button you press to change it? So the table's the same, but the restock list. Oh, it is a little bit out of order. I see. Okay, I see. Shadowgast rings are the most profitable, apparently. Well, when you said price, you meant profit. I don't think I entirely agree. Oh, by profession first, and then within the profession by profit. Oh, okay, I see. So if you take tailoring, it will go, right, this is the most valuable tailoring one. Bang, off you go. Oh, that's why Umberhide and Bone Shatter are all mixed up. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's cool. I like a lot. I like a lot. Restock amount 3, minimum restock amount 1. What's the secret magic code thing to predefine different restock values for each rank? I know you tell me this every time I ask for it because I can never remember it. But I do not want to be crafting 3 rank 5s. That's basically what I'm trying to get at here. Time to make a command. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably right. Is it in the FAQ? Doesn't look like it's in the FAQ. Okay. Okay. Well, I need to get the other account open anyway, which is this one. We're going to do... In fact, I need to check if it's even feasible to get the materials I need to do this. Out of anything, we probably want to do Umbra. We probably want to do leatherworking primarily because I know for a fact I've already got a hell of a lot of heavy callus hide that I should probably be using before the prices change too heavily on it. Let's get all of this listed on the auction house first. Hang on, we got bags full of trash. Let's get rid of the trash. /LST set restock 1 2 3 4 5 6. Nice one. Nice one. 000313. I mean, to be fair, looking at the if I view 1s, 2s, and 3s on the profit table. Okay, now it's. You can see there's even though I only do 4s, 5s, and 6s, you can still see that there's a fair amount of rank 3s that I probably should be crafting. There's a fair few rank 2s and 3s I probably should be crafting. On the premise that they are profitable, but you know, I'd rather just leave these for anybody that wishes to get into legendaries to have a play with, because although it's a bit of a, I think it's a bit of an illusion. Just the fact that it says it's profitable doesn't matter. Once again, it's like transmog, right? It doesn't matter if it's profitable if it doesn't sell. It's like, what's, you know. But I'm down to only 9 low rank legendaries. What do I still need to get rid of? I've got 2 pairs of Grimveil sandals at rank 1. I have 5 sets of Bone Shatter waist guards at rank 2. My days. Okay. A Bone Shatter gauntlets at rank 2 and a Shadowgast gauntlets at rank 2. I might just find those and delete them. Is there a way to disable crafting rank 3s and 4s with vestiges? There's also a lot of vestige magic now and a separate minimum profit options for items you're still leveling, but I guess that doesn't matter on my Sylvanas. Yeah, for the moment that's not going to matter for me at all, because wherever I sell legendaries I have all of them. Why would you ever want to disable it? To spare your crystals for rank 6s. I understand that mentality at the moment, considering for me, my bottleneck is not necessarily the price of the Korthite crystals. My bottleneck is just getting Korthite crystals. For me to do a full restock right now, I think it would... Hang on, let me get rid of those. Restock domination slots, yes. Only restock items I can craft, I can. Okay. For me right now, the limiting factor is literally getting Korthite crystals. Because there isn't any. There just quite simply isn't any. I think I need somewhere in the region of about 5,000 to 6,000 Quarthite crystals to do a full restock, which is why I'm having to be slightly more selective on what I craft. But on the premise now that if LST actually, its restock list, if this goes by profit, then you just allocate, you know, you're going to be crafting the things that are most profitable first, which arguably will be the rank 6s before the rank lower and lower. You can't get enough Quarthite, you're going to need to up your material price. If you up the material price, your rank 3s to 4s probably won't be profitable anymore. Yeah, I'm in the position now where my average price on Quarthite crystals basically means that crafting rank 4s with vestiges is just not profitable anymore. This is like, I was talking about this a little bit, not yesterday, Wednesday on the stream, that Blizzard's attempt to make Quarthite crystals be the catch-up mechanic, they completely fucked that up when they decided that you needed 40 of the damn things to craft a single legendary. If it was like 5 to 10 of them for every legendary, then Quarthite crystals would actually act as a nice catch-up mechanic, giving you the ability to use them to make cheaper rank, using them on the lower patterns to make cheap rank 3s and 4s, but yeah. The bottleneck being Quarthite crystals now, because soul cinders are basically free, has on average pushed the price of Quarthite crystals up, at least temporarily. That's the whole thing. I'm not sure it was meant to be a catch-up mechanic. Ian was quoted to say that it was meant to be a catch-up mechanic. Like, there will be, I can't remember exactly what he said, but I mean, he did say that, you know, there is a catch-up system now for legendaries. And he was in fairness, he didn't directly say that, you know, Quarthite crystals are meant to be a catch-up mechanic, but the premise of how the system was built in to be able to use it on lower level ranks. I mean, it was meant to be, but it was just not being balanced effectively to actually work that way. But anyway, let's look at doing a little restock on this then with what little materials we have. The problem for me now is prioritizing where do I use these Quarthite crystals, because I don't have enough to craft everything. The sensible one in me would be to actually cherry pick what I craft. You know, like Grimveiled capes. But a Grimveiled cape at rank 6 is only 12k. Maybe I just don't care. Like, the time I will spend min-maxing this will probably go to waste. Let me just log on to a character and do the restock and see what it says. Now, if I want to use, for the purpose of experimentation, I will try LST restocking. But big but on that is that I know for a fact I don't have most of the intermediate items. And this is where I fall back on gathering through TSM very heavily. For example, I have like 200 enchanted heavy callous hide, which isn't going to get me anywhere. Let's get crafting some of that real quick before we go too far. No, what's going on here? Why can I not? I've got heavy callous hide by the millions. Where is it all? Let's send it this way. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh, boo. I forgot I was halfway through doing a post scan and I forgot. Oops. This is me trying to multitask again. LST gathering would be nice. Lots of work, though. Yeah, I imagine it would be. Yeah. One thing at a time. Let's get rid of all this trash first. Let's get this back on the auction house. In fact, what I probably could do is... Oh, no, I'm on the wrong character. Oh, it can wait. Too many windows open. Why have I got so many windows open? Because I actually need them all open, that's why. One day we'll sell through some of this low level or world drop items. I think our prices are going to be getting there. Still work to do on those though. I'll turn the tunes down just a touch, they're a bit loud. Oh my god, more expireds. It never ends. That's a mount, isn't it? Turbocharged flying machine, it is. I mean, it's been a long time since I've crafted one of these. It equally then means it must be a long time since I sold one. I mean, TSM accounting claims it's 12 relists, and I haven't sold it yet. Which would actually indicate to me that by this point we're selling it quite considerably below crafting cost, I'd guess. There's about 20k worth of crafted vendor mats in these things, if I remember right. Yeah, turbocharged flying machine. We're now listing it for 23,000 gold. Apparently it costs 28 just to make the damn thing. Oh, somebody hurry up and buy it from me. Right, is that all the low level stuff now? I think we're good on the low level stuff. Yeah, okay. Let's open up this. Get some of that turned into enchanted heavy callus. Whilst that's rocking and rolling. Right, from here then I should probably do the, what was it, /set. No, LST set restock 000313. I don't know how easy it is, but if I suppose that command is not probably well advertised, but I mean, if it could pop up a box confirming what you've just done, I don't know if that's possible, but that would be wonderful. And there's a check system, isn't it? So that it does print it out for you, though. What was it? LST something restock. What would you like to see in the pop-up box? Just confirmation of what you've done when you do the LST set restock thing. Just as a, you know, some clarification that it's done something. Even if it just, you know, returns something in the chat to say that, right, dung 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 dung, this has happened, this has happened, this has happened, this has happened. It's print restock. Yeah. 000313. Okay. So yeah, it would almost be nice if when you do the LST set restock, it automatically does LST print restock. Just so, you know, it confirms that it's, when you press enter, that something's happened. But like I said, I don't know how widespread knowledge these two little commands are, so now I need to do that on I need to do the same thing on my crafting characters as well, though, right? So I need to do the same on here. So /LST set restock 000313, and then to confirm it, LST print restock 000313. Yeah, cool. Okay. What I probably also need to do is make sure that they're both synced up, because at the moment it definitely doesn't look like they're synced up, on the premise that it seems to think I have loads of rank 1s, 2s and 3s, which I definitely don't have. So let's go to bank character, LST, where's the button? Send data to this alt. Go. Receive data from Coffee Club. Good. Does the table now look right? 7 to... Yeah, I'm willing to say that looks correct-ish. 64, 18, 32. 64, 18, 32. Beautiful! beautiful. Now, in theory, then, the only thing I need to do is click the restock button. Oh, it's telling me to make the vestiges first. It's telling me to make 31 vestiges. Not enough materials to craft vestige. That is true. We do not have enough materials to craft vestige. What's 31 times 40? That's a lot. Okay. Okay. Let's send some quartzite crystals over then first. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. What else are we going to need? Pallid bones, we've got them already. Callous hide, we've got already. Heavy desolate leather, we should have a bunch of that already. Let's see. Let's see. Quartzite crystals, yoink. Pallid bones. I think we've got. I think we might have some of those. We might have some of those. That's why I personally don't need gathering. I just send all the quartzite I have, and LST will craft everything I can craft. But it would be nice to have for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I fully understand, though, that the gathering side of things is a crazy complex thing to get up and running with. What else does it say we needed? Heavy... Oh, we've got no bag space again. There's a surprise. So now it's making all the vestiges. Cool. Or as many as it can make, at least. I'm glad that it chooses to make the vestiges first. As one of the big problems I have with TSM is that because it doesn't calculate the cost very well of intermediate items, if you start crafting some legendaries and then craft some vestiges, your material, your gathering list completely changes and goes loopy anyway. Okay, I didn't quite manage to make all of them, but sure, fine. Now we just do... in theory then, let me just try and guess what's going to happen now. If I press craft next, it's going to try and craft an Umber Hide Waistguard at rank 6, and it's going to try and craft 3 of them on the basis that there's 44,000 gold profit in each one. No, it made Bone Shatter Treads. Okay. Ah. Not enough materials to craft Umber Hide Waistguard. Okay. Because we've got no Desolate Leather. Okay. Which we can fix real quick. Now it's doing Umber Hide Arm Guards. Okay. It's because I don't actually have most of the materials I need on hand. This is proving to be the... And now I'm out of boil shards even. Oh, gross. Okay. Right. Let's go get boil shards then. Yeah, see, this is where if you're super proactive and have all of the materials on hand, or have the... Yeah. I've never... It's this is not a thing... It's not a problem with LST. It's a problem with, you know, crafting in general. Is that... that decision to be made on... Do you just craft what you can craft with the materials that you already own? Or do you choose to not craft something you can craft in favour of going and buying a few more materials to then in turn craft something that's more profitable? These are those logical decisions that's relatively difficult for add-ons to, you know, do for you. It's an inherent problem, just, you know, generally it's not a... Because you can't really assign an algorithm to it. Right, that's fine though. Let's see how we're doing over here. We've got loads of enchanted heavy callous hide being made. I can preemptively decide to check what it is I need. But on the basis at the moment that the materials are ridiculously expensive, I almost don't want to be just buying in bulk lots of things I might need. All right, we'll see. We'll wait. We'll go get some. We'll go get some boil shards first. Spam the craft next until I see out of materials, and then just take what I'm short of out of the mailbox. Yeah, I mean that's a theory that works fine if you've already bought and already own all of the materials. Then you just, you know, need to take them. But on a realm of my size, where I will actively choose to not buy some material, I'm just out of stock of some things based on the price of them. And I equally don't want to... And this is also a problem I have with TSM, with the gathering, that, you know, it gives you a shopping list of things to buy. And it's only worth buying everything on that shopping list, or the full quantity of any given material on that shopping list, if you can be assured that you can actually get hold of all of the materials. I wouldn't want to buy 3,000 heavy callous hide to then only find out that there's no pallid bones on my server, for, you know, or something ridiculous. It's a lesser populated server problem, but it's a problem all the same. Bear doing some skinning. I almost just want to fill a guild bank with these goddamn stupid arboreal shards. I probably should at this point, you know. The amount of time that I spend coming over here buying these damn things is outrageous. And I never buy less than like a few thousand at a go.
Thank you.
Where did LST go? There. Okay, now the button doesn't do anything. Bone Shatter Treads is the next thing it's trying to craft. Bone Shatter Treads. We need heavy desolate leather. Do we have any heavy desolate leather kicking about? We've got some. Yoink. Is there anything else we're missing? What was it? Bone Shatter Treads. Pallid Bones. Hang on, I'm out of bag space. I'm out of bag space. Now, one question is, if I now send these crafted legendaries over to my bank character, but don't loot them out the mailbox yet, what's LST going to think about this restock list? Is it going to recalculate the restock list and add the items back onto the list? Yes, that's the thing. LST won't know you have them. Yeah, I assumed so. You need to open the mailbox and resync. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, pressing that sort button is ridiculously slow if you have anything Trade Skill Master related opened. Okay, I have 3 inventory slots left. Let me send some... Let's see, I would send some arboreal shards. Okay, let me just send some arboreal shards away. There's a few more inventory slots. You're going to be out of arboreal... Yeah, I'm very aware I'll be out of arboreal shards now. Luckily, I'm standing next to the vendor, though, so I don't care. I'll just buy more. What's on this list, then? Bone Shatter Treads still. Oh, yeah. Pallid Bones. Okay, I'm out of materials for umberhide pauldrons is what it tried to craft. We're out of desolate leather again. Well, that's something I am willing to just, you know, brute force fixed. 2400. Can I add another 0 on the end of that? No. Well, I mean I could, but I don't want to. Clean up your bags. My bags are clean. The problem is that's my main character, so I have a lot of shit in the bags that I just kind of need. I'm cleaning up that character's bags all the time. Bag space is just not good enough nowadays. No, that's not clean. It's clean by my standards. What? Why did it send 2 stacks and then crash on the 3rd? Come on, game. Now it says we need 7 more vestiges. We only needed 1 a minute ago. Okay, I'm confused. I don't care. Just keep crafting. We will check the items if you need them. Please don't. Please don't. Sounds like a plan. Matthews goes over every item when we shout bags, bank or vendor. Check chat for errors. There's no errors. It's just saying not enough materials. I'm keeping an eye on it. You'll end up recrafting stuff if it has the no item level data. Okay. No, I'm keeping my eyes on it. It's fine. Switch to table and back. The number of vestiges shouldn't jump up. Hang on. Hang on. Settings. Don't show me these. As long as nothing goes above 3. I mean, ultimately, I don't really care, but... my problem is now is I can't send these over without having to do the whole sync business again. And I don't have bag space to be holding all of this stuff. And the materials and everything else. Okay. I've only got 9 vestiges left though. What I can do, what I know I can do actually, is I can go groups, materials, mail. That'll get rid of any spare materials that I don't need. That's freed me up a few inventory slots. What do I now need? Desolate leather again. Now what am I out of? Heavy desolate leather. Oh! Of which I don't have. Oh dear. Oh dear. Spent 100k on heavy desolate leather. Damn. Two, one, boom. I need to get one of those super wide screens. Super mega wide screens. I need more screen real estate. I mean, I know that doesn't help for streaming because I'll only, I'll have to stream in, 1080p. But the for if I'm not streaming, I could do with just stretching my game across all 3 screens, just so I can have, every single window open and have space. We're missing desolate leather again, apparently. Just use NVIDIA Surround. Yeah, I mean, I probably will do. I will see how it looks, just out of curiosity later on, I think. Yeah, this inventory is proving to be a nightmare to manage. What is in here that's trash then? Please don't answer that, by the way. That was a rhetorical question. Having 4 of these stupid Corthian armaments is totally dumb. Corthian armaments are surely unnecessary. They are absolutely unnecessary. Let me send those to, I don't know, whatever. Right, there's 4 inventory slots. Are we happy now? Are we happy? I mean, I'm not, but sure, let's go. The reason the vestiges have jumped up and continue to jump up is it's now suggesting that some of my rank 4s be crafted with a vestige, which they weren't initially. Probably based on, the price I've bought materials at, would be my guess. You want to keep the gear, put it in your bank, not the bags. I know if I put it in my bank, then I'll never see it ever again. Oh look, I'm out of arboreal shards. Fuck me. Right, okay.
My wares are second to none.
Just realised I bet I don't even have 5 inventory slots for those. I mean, I'm absolutely sure that... what is this? Razor... where did that even go? I don't know. A single piece of lithium ore. What have we got here? Cinderweb egg. Collected 3 of 3. Can't get rid of that. Goddamn son of a... Sleeping armaments. Go away. Delete. I have no idea what you even are. Craft. Go. What's this sort of logistical nightmare you've got yourself into? I know, it's gross. I should be making umberhide vests at rank 6. Why are we not making umberhide vests at rank 6? Because we are out of... apparently nothing. Oh! A shitload of desolate leather again. New restock game to spice up the crafting. Hang on. Some of this gear we can just get rid of. I mean, anything less than sort of item level 220 can disappear now, really, can't it? Here's to hoping I don't ever want any of this ever again at some point. Oh, the reason I'm keeping that's because it's bind on equip. Oh, but it's also worth 300 gold. Yeah, fuck off. See you later. I know there's a reason why I'm keeping some of this. I can't remember why. Let's just get rid of it. I don't care. If I miss it in the future, then that's future me's problem. Okay. Not enough materials to craft vestige. Alright, fine. Now we're missing a whole bunch of stuff. Umberhide vests. Desolate leather. Guys, there's a real... see, I know this is going to come across bad, but... I like this system in terms of the fact that, you know, it knows when to use a vestige and when not to use a vestige. That is a massive plus point. But there's this logistical nightmare of not being able to send the crafted legendaries to my bank character halfway through crafting without having to resync everything again. I don't know if I enjoy that bit. Now what am I missing? You can, but you refuse to do so. Well, yeah, true. What am I meant to be crafting? Am I just out of vestiges now? Oh, I'm just flat out of vestiges. Oh, well, on that basis, I'm probably going to call it there for leatherworking anyway. Mail them over, open the mailbox, close the mailbox, press send data, done. Is that how we do it? Right, close that window first. Bank, do bank things, hurry up. Groups, base Legos, send. So now if I... Let me just pick these up. So now we go back into LST, we click send data, off it goes. Waiting, receive data. Table, okay. It seems, I mean, it looks right. It looks right. We've got every rank 6 apart from missing one Umberhide vest. Okay, I need more vestiges though. Yeah, it's telling me to make rank 4s with vestiges. Which on any given day, I would agree with. But on a day where I physically cannot buy more Quarthite crystals, even if I want them, that's a problem. Okay. Do I want to continue with leatherworking? Or do I want to focus on something else? Considering we're now crafting stuff with, you know, less than 10k profit. Can you believe it? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Up the Corthite material price to fix that. Yeah, but I don't want to. That's my point. I don't want to. As then that will also affect the price I list them all at. Okay, I think I'm happy with leatherworking. I think I'm just happy. I think I'm gonna leave it there. I think I'm happy with that. If I haven't got the Corthite crystals and I can't buy the Corthite crystals, I can't do anything with Corthite crystals. So I think we're good. Let's get that lot listed. Now that will be the conclusion of my mini restock until somebody decides to go farm some Corthite crystals on my realm. Right, let's get these all off the auction house. Let's do tailoring by itself because for some reason it's bugged. Okay, there's nothing to cancel anyway, we're fine. And post. And we are good. We should be at least somewhat restocked, at least for leatherworking, which is the big one anyway. 3s are most things leatherworking. Bunch of the rank 5s ready to go. Bunch of the rank 4s. We're only missing a couple of rank 5s, which I don't care about. We've got stuff to sell. Stuff to sell is good. I'll worry about the other professions another day. Honestly, I mean, recrafting some blacksmithing stuff would probably be sensible, but you know, I need for me to do a full restock, I need about 3,000 more Corthite crystals, and yeah, that's not happening. So somebody is going to just have to wait for their legendaries regardless. It's not my fault. Can't craft when there's no materials. Right, okay. Let's, I don't even know what that account was doing. This account, I'm going to get this doing something in the background. While we take a look at the, we're going to take a little bit of a look at this. The Eternity's End developer preview. Now, I know this came out yesterday, but I wanted to go through this in a little bit of detail. See if we can break it down a bit and have a discussion about this. As there's some good information in this. Not really did they explain all too much. But it's nice to be able to at least see what's coming. They should have done this ages ago. Actually ages ago. Do you think having the LST window open to craft is fine, or would you guys prefer a pop-out window, kind of like TSM restocking window? I mean, as long as it still syncs automatically, I don't think it really makes a huge difference. But that's just my opinion. Right, get making some shadow ghast ingots. You do that in the background. Hang on, we don't need tippy-tappy noise in the background. Oh, why is it broken? Sync. No surprises there. More is in the interviews. Yeah, that's what kind of annoyed me. There was more information was gathered from a couple of the interviews that went out than the actual developer in the publicly facing thing should be where all the I don't know. It's just annoying. But yeah, we'll go through those as well because weirdly there was more interesting information from the interviews than there were from the actual video. But right, have we sold anything this morning? We sold a bone shatter vest apparently. All right, cool. Right, so tunes off. Let's take a little bit of a look at this then. Let's see if we can come to any conclusions about whether 9.2 is going to be good or bad. Ratio is a little scary, but if I'm honest, I think this is actually better than I expected it to be. So we'll see. Whoa, that's loud. Hello.
The Shadowlands story pulls together threads that started in Warcraft 3 and wove their way through many of our expansions.
Hang on, we don't need Vicstar's face in this. Can we just go full screen? Let's go big boy mode.
We approached it like a drama in 3 acts. Now, as the third and final act.
Anybody take note of that? Now, one thing I did notice the first time I watched through this is that they never explicitly say that patch 9.2 is going to be the last patch. But they definitely didn't say that it wasn't going to be.
Begins of the saga. We need to stop the jailer from reaching his ultimate goal, which is to rewrite the rules of reality. Eternity's End serves as the final chapter of one book of the war.
Final chapter of one book. Final chapter also doesn't necessarily mean last patch, but kind of almost does.
Warcraft saga. The jailer has the advantage. He has seized the sigils of the leaders of the Four Covenants.
We see Sylvanas realize that she's been a pawn in the jailer's game this entire time.
We don't need any more Sylvanas pawn.
And she refuses to serve him, and she's taken prisoner.
The jailer is able to open a portal to who knows where, taking Anduin with him.
And the Primus had us take some time to retrieve some new sigils.
Now we have gathered our forces. We are working with the Primus to open our own gateway to pursue the jailer to this realm unlike any we've seen before.
Zereth Mortis.
The Primus opens a portal,
cool
and we come into this alien land. It's completely white, foggy. We're walking on water for some reason.
They can only make out some shapes, some figures.
So they took away the Water Strider's ability to natively walk on water. They then made a mount equipment that we can attach to our mounts to be able to walk on water. Now they're like, fuck it, nah, just walk on water, it's fine. I'm sure Death Knights are just, laughing in their boots, but either way, it seems odd.
Gears there, some crazy devices and consoles.
Eventually, you make your way to a giant gate, and behind it lies Zereth Mortis.
Zereth Mortis was created by the first ones, and it is intended to create afterlives.
Think of it as being tucked away in the fabric of the Shadowlands itself. It's kind of the behind the scenes of these afterlives that we've journeyed to.
Oh, we're going back to Oldham again for the 5th expansion.
It's the land where the progenitors, the first ones who created all of the realms of the Shadowlands, this is their workshop.
It does look real pretty.
They created everything we've experienced in Azeroth and Shadowlands and even realms we haven't discovered yet.
These first ones built the universe as far as we know, but their intentions or methods are completely unknown.
But of course, the jailer's presence here is disrupting this process, and we're working to push back against the jailer's forces and protect this place.
I think the artists have done a fantastic job, and I know they did a lot of research, and they looked at a lot of real-life examples of very strange places in the real world.
As a team, we were really trying to make this place as alien as possible, so we really wanted to make...
See, these concept design art, I think this is going to sound a bit weird now, but I think the concept art actually still looks better than the end result. Now the art team is definitely carrying. They must have some seriously strong shoulders to carry this at the moment. But it's these concepts look a lot better than the finished product, I think.
Everything feel completely unique and completely different. Our trees here are floating. We have stones that are floating. We even have the massive Forge of Afterlives that is floating in the center of the
That
zone.
thing looks
And true
cool.
to its name, it's something that is kind of putting together a new afterlife to be sent out into the Shadowlands.
We have this water all around you because water is really the catalyst for any kind of creation.
We put water all around you because we didn't have time to actually fully develop the zone.
It's actually unlike any other water that we've seen before. This is actually water that we can walk on. It almost creates like a threshold between Zereth Mortis and some other kind of more primordial space right below it. Everything you see in Zereth Mortis has a purpose, an intention behind it. For us, it was really important to find ways to convey that intention in the environment itself. And
I mean, it does look crazy. I mean, I'm not knocking it because it does look good. It is a pretty fancy looking zone. I'm not gonna lie.
one of the ways in which we did it was through this duality between a lush and a dry biome. In the dry biome, we see perhaps what the original look of the zone was when the progenitors were first establishing this workspace for themselves. And in the lush biome, we see the result of their experimentation with plant life and fauna and things like that.
Right. This dude here, this goat thing, odds on this having a new type of leather when you skin it. It's got to, right? Surely it's time. We need new materials like that.
These are all test beds for what we'll eventually see elsewhere.
From there, we started thinking about what kinds of creatures would be in this place.
Amethyst bauble worm. Do you think the amethyst bauble worm was like the first snippet of this zone? Do we think?
That are fundamentally prototypes. There's terraforming here. There's creatures that are building afterlives. We tried to really stretch and think what that might be like.
My personal favorite includes
That motherfucker doesn't one-shot you. Like, if this thing touches you, you should instantly die. One of the biggest memes in World of Warcraft. What raid was it? Somebody will remember this. What raid was it with the stupid great big snails that if they touched you, like LFR tanks just melted. TOT, there we go. That was so funny.
the giant armored snail, and we also have a progenitor chicken, which answers the question of what came first.
The chicken came first.
These first ones who crafted Zereth Mortis, what they left behind were the Automa, meant to take care of the place and make sure that it fulfilled its function to create afterlives.
The Automa have several different classes, and you can see this in their silhouettes. We have the builders, we have the protectors, we have the casters, and each one of them have a specific role within the Shadowlands. And then you'll also discover the Jiro, which are a part of the Automa. They're a little more quirky, they have a little more personality. They are a little more sentient than the other Automa, so some of them even split off to pursue their own desires.
Unfortunately, when we found our way in, Devourers also found their way in. They are ravenous.
They're consuming this weird energy, and it's causing them to mutate and to fall apart.
And the Automa, where they are confronted by them, some of them are fighting them off.
And so it's going to take some time for them to understand that we're here trying to help them drive out this threat.
We're going to be the heroes once again.
Fortunately, we've got some allies. There are some
anybody else
enlightened
bored of
brokers
being
here
the
that we're
hero?
going to be working with.
But it's a broker that arrived here quite a long time ago and has had a change of heart from looking at the world as a very transactional place to seeing this place as a holy place, a sacred place.
Venari 3.0 incoming.
We meet an enlightened one named Fareem, and Fareem needs our assistance, and in return, he leads us to Haven,
which is a hub that has been created out of progenitor
Automa
ruins.
race
And this is where the
confirmed. That would
enlightened
be cool,
really
actually.
have made
Playing
their
as
home.
these dudes would be pretty cool.
Haven serves as our foothold here, as well as use it as a base of operations and really start unlocking the mystery.
So this is going to be what we consider home then, right? These are going to be our quartermaster vendors. These are going to be maybe a new crafting station. This is going to be home. We're going to live under this halo tree, apparently. This is going to be home.
Mysteries of this land.
The Enlightened brokers are intent on protecting and preserving the work of the first ones here. But now they're seeing
What is
Zoval
that
bring
thing?
his forces against the Atoma and tear up the land, and they are eager for assistance.
The brokers themselves are very ostentatious, they're very into materialism, but the Enlightened are not that at all. They have relinquished this material way,
Blacksmithing station look.
and you'll see this reflected in their clothes. They're a little tattered, they're a little faded, because it just isn't important to them anymore. They're just here for the pursuit of knowledge.
Cipher of the First Ones.
When players arrive, they're kind of fishes out of water. And one of the
Venari
first things that we have to
3.0.
do is start learning how to communicate with the Automa. Think of it as a kind of runic language, based in symbols.
We will bond with a small construct who's pretty cute, actually. And with his assistance and the assistance of Fareem, we will learn eventually how to understand the symbols.
Hang on, cosmic energy. What do we think this cosmic energy business is about? That's specifically some sort of cast bar. That's got to mean that we interact with this in some way. Why is there a cosmic energy bar? Now we learn a little bit about these things in a minute, but this is an indication that there's some interactivity with this somewhere.
Symbols through the cipher of the first ones.
We'll uncover different parts of this alphabet and start to learn more about the progenitors and Zereth Mortis itself.
It will allow you to unlock new and different forms of content. So that can range from daily quests to new options on the vendors to places to explore and new side quests that open up.
Hang on, what's the whoa, back it
To
up,
unlock
son.
new
Hang
and
on.
different forms of content.
What is the
So
eye
that can
doing
range
there
from
again?
daily quests to new options on the vendors to places.
Didn't we squish this dude already? Didn't we squish this dude already? If this thing watches us, then it can fuck off. I'm telling you straight. We do not need the eye again, please. The eye of the Maw. See you later.
Places to explore and new side quests that open up. So it's really the gateway to exploring the far reaches of Zereth Mortis.
As we looked into the development of Cipher of the First Ones, we wanted something that was unique that players haven't seen before. A little bit of familiarity, but something that takes that to the next level.
We really involved the whole team in this creative process. We worked with our UI team to be able to represent those
You can
through
see these
text,
already
through
in
these things
Corthia.
talk.
These little stand things, you see them dotted around in Corthia already, and some of them have even got things you can click on that give you like some story. So there's definitely a mishmash of content going on here.
And seeing them on screen in chat bubbles and in our chat window. Little by little, these kind of runes start taking shape into words that we recognize. But it's going to be a process that unfolds over the course of playing through Eternity's End. The Automa speak in this kind of musical language. They don't talk
once
the
again,
way that
our
we
team is
mortals
carrying.
are used to speaking. The sound team was super excited. They jumped in, they started prototyping all kinds of different sounds. We listened, we gave feedback. And we really ended
This
up in a
feels very
cool
Star
place.
Warsy.
As you're playing through and gradually unlocking the language, you'll be able to see those words that they're saying, but still hear those tones.
What's the odds? Like, you just download the sound clips, and if you play the sound clip backwards, then they're actually just shouting Leroy Jenkins in reverse or something. Septular
The
of the
jailer's true
first
goal
ones.
has never really been to escape the Maw or to gain power. He's been focused on reaching this place called the Sepulchre, to go into this place
Sepulchre?
of power
It's not even a
and to really
word.
rewrite the rules of the universe. We'll learn that the jailer has breached the Sepulchre of the First Ones, and this becomes our new raid for Eternity's End. We're going to gather our forces, we're going to pursue the jailer inside. Once you go inside the Sepulchre, there's some mind-blowing visuals. This is a place that should not be able to exist according to the laws of physics as we know them on Azeroth. Just looking out into this impossible sky of seeing
Do you think we're gonna have like the fact that they pin elevator boss? Do we think there's gonna be some sort of flying boss, anti-gravity room, or there's got to be something like that, isn't there? Which will I wonder if Blizzard will learn from past history of doing flying bosses and stuff. it could. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Being these ancient works of the first ones, those laws don't
of
apply to
physics
anything we see.
Yeah.
Among the bosses that we're going to face in Sepulchre of the First Ones include the Jailer's forces, maybe a Dreadlord or two that you haven't tied up loose ends with. We'll face a Consular. This is similar to a being like Algalon, but the Jailer's gotten to it and...
Whoa, hang on. Back it up.
The Jailer's forces, maybe a Dreadlord or two that you have...
This, I want that sword. I want that sword. Give me this sword right now. That phase blade looking sword, that's awesome. Is that gonna be something we're gonna get? That's in the game already. I want this. Give me this. I don't care so much about transmog, but that's cool.
Haven't tied up loose ends with. We'll face a Consular. This is similar.
There you go. Look. What's it? See, this is awesome. Completely phased out, sort of blue. Juicy. Like that. Like that a lot.
To a being like Algalon, but the Jailer's gotten to it and has infused his domination magic into the Consular. Before we get...
Right, who we got here then? This looks... We've obviously got ourselves a mage. A couple of different... Fire mage, maybe warlock. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to even tell what these classes are. I mean, demon hunter, obviously. There's no pets kicking about.
To the Jailer, however, we need...
Who's this? Who's this in the background? Who's this? Sylvanas? Do we think? Do we think this is Sylvanas in like a... You know, without all of, you know, armor on? It could be, right? Does that mean we steal her from the prison and, you know, she works for us? It's going to be a good... People are saying it's her in prison clothes. Same armbands. Could be. Sylvanas going to join our team then.
Need to get to Anduin first. Our hope is that we can learn whatever Anduin knows about domination magic. We need to be able to resist it, or better yet, fight it.
Tier sets.
We know players have been waiting a long time for the return of tier sets, and as devs, we have too.
It's a great blend of progenitor magic, golds, and metals, along with those class-defining silhouettes. Wolves for shamans, pointy things for rogues. It's going to look amazing.
I think these look pretty
Our
cool.
class and combat team was super excited to bring class sets back. This is something that felt really right for them.
Okay. So what are we saying here? Rogue? It's got to be rogue, right? Little scrawny, you know, gonna run around a bit. Not too impressive. Not too impressive. This is quite cool. I like this. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of the the silver fox eyebrows, but not too bad.
For the story, we're in the final act.
Mage, monk, I would assume. Mage or warlock.
Act of the Shadowlands saga. We're here literally on the brink at eternity's end.
It's quite cool. I like the fact that they've gone with the thing is though, if you do black and gold is such a like incredible combination that even if you know you can tweak it and change it a little bit, and black and gold will always look kind of good.
And what better place to fully unleash the power of these classes? And I think players will really enjoy the return of those class sets just as much as the team enjoyed making them.
How do you make something that is mystical and magical and incomprehensible? And
That's a big old scythe. That would be pretty cool to have. Do we think this is one of the bosses? This has got to be one of the bosses, right?
yet understandable. I think we've done a good job of finding that line.
The team as a whole has been working so hard, and we are so...
No. The art team has been working so hard. Let's get it right. Let's give credit to who deserves the credit.
excited to get this out for everyone.
Oh! Hang on, let's look at mounts. Go back. Where did it go?
Working so hard, and we are so excited to get...
Right, squid mount. Officially a squid mount. Hive Mind 2.0. Do you reckon it's going to have the exact same animations of the Hive Mind? It probably will, because so few people actually ended up with the hive mind that I reckon they probably want to reuse the asset. So we got Squid Mount 2.0, Spectral Squid. I like a bit of Spectral Squid. That's cool.
Get this out for everyone.
We're gonna
We do get a slug. Oh yes. Oh, we're gonna have Wiggly Boy. We're gonna have Slimy Boy. Oh, that's cool. He's even got a hat on. Look, Slug's got a hat on. Ah, now yes, this is the one we want. Slug with a hat on. Yes, please. We don't even need to talk about the flappy dragon thing. Where did he go? This thing. Is this a new model? This looks like it could actually be a new model, you know. Are we actually going to get some new mounts? This is incredible. It has a shell. It's a snail. It's a slug. It's a slug. It's a slug with a home.
We're gonna get new mounts, new pets.
A bit horrifying for me, but
pets.
exciting for some is the fact that, you know, some of the
Oh, what is this? Is this what she... Oh, she refers to this as like a flying spider, doesn't she? Same as the 6-month subbird. Oh, you might be right.
spider mounts can now fly. Who needs flying spiders? But that's also going to be a cool thing for
we
people.
Do not need
we have
flying
updates
spiders.
to professions.
There it is. There it is. We heard him, right? He is saying the word professions. That's all we need to know. The words professions came out of his mouth.
But that's also going to be a cool thing for people.
We have updates to professions, to soulbinds, to conduits.
Updates to soulbinds and conduits. Now, that's contradictory to what has been said in one of the interviews. They actually said in one of the interviews, I think it was the French one, which I took a little bit of a look at, that they are not updating soulbinds and conduits. So, do the devs want to make a decision sometimes, you know? Maybe it's the item level of them. Yeah, I don't know.
Is the fact that, you know, some of the spider mounts can now fly. Who needs
Devs
flying
remember
spiders?
professions
But
are a
that's also
thing,
going to be
yeah.
a cool thing for people.
We have updates to professions, to
See there, he was skinning something again. Skinning one of those. I know I'm bouncing around like a...
But that's also going to be a cool thing for people.
We have updates to professions.
See? Skinning something. Skinning a spectrally worm. Although, actually, this kind of looks like Bastion anyway. Have they just ripped a bit of footage from Bastion, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, that looks very much like Bastion anyway. So we'll have to see whether there's a... That was maybe just a poorly selected, you know, clip.
To soulbinds, to conduits. There's a new dancing mini game in Darkmoon Fair.
How many years have people wanted the stupid dance studio? Oh god, they really are pulling out all the stops, aren't they?
Guy. So I'm super geeked about watching players kind of piece together those little lore tidbits. That's what excites me as well.
I'm really looking forward to Season 3 of Mythic Plus. Tazavesh is getting split into 2 dungeons. If you're a raider, if you chase Keystone Master, if you're an achievement collector, there's something for everyone to do in this.
Shadowlands is like the final chapter of one book of the Warcraft saga. And our team is already hard at work on the next stories to come. Can't talk about them quite yet, but when the time is right, we're going to be really excited to share them with you.
Learn more at worldofwarcraft.com. Right, so let's think about that then for a second. Let's think about that. 10.0 in 2023, late 2022. I reckon we'll be getting an expansion release almost 12 months from now. I can't see any reason, because they're going to want to get it out in the 4th quarter, almost without question, because it's the money-making quarter. If we think now that we'll probably get this patch in, I want to say February. February seems like a sensible time span for us to get this content. We've had 9.1.5 now. If 9.1.5 lasts for 12 weeks or 3 months, that's going to put us, you know, February-ish. 9.2 in February, March, then 8 to 9 months of the same content. Yeah. 9.2 in February, March. We'll then probably have a alpha and a beta for June, maybe July, with a potential release date in November, I would say. Didn't they say about new releases in 2022? They were also talking about mobile games in 2022, but yeah. I want to agree with you, but I hope you're wrong, because if you're right, the expansion won't be finished yet. Well, I mean, they've got a year, right? They in theory, if this is the last content of Shadowlands, that means that the devs right now, most of them will be working on 10.0 already. There's very little reason to think that if this is going to be the last major content patch of the expansion, the entire team is not going to be working on it. The majority of them is going to be working on 10.0, meaning they've got an entire year to get it launch ready. So, we'll see. We'll see. They did state that there'll be some lore content after defeating Zoval. Maybe. Year is not enough for sure. 9.2 is also not done yet. Well, yeah, I don't know. It depends how much they've done internally. If they've just slashed, they've quite clearly just gutted Shadowlands completely. This was meant to this is 2 patches in one, right? You can almost guarantee that saving or doing something with Anduin and, getting Sylvanas back on your side was probably the natural 9.2 patch. And then the 9.3 patch is going in and killing the jailer. We already know that the new raid is an 11 boss raid, which is going to be split. You're going to have the first 8 bosses in the first week, where you get up to Anduin, and then the last few bosses are released the week after. I think, the first 8 bosses was meant to be the raid for patch 9.2. They've taken, the killing of the jailer, presumably, and just gutted 3 or 4 of the bosses and just stuck it on the end. Is how it looks. Let's be honest, that's how it looks. But I want to take a little look at some of the, see if we can get the articles that got thrown up on some of the other websites. We've got, now I want to cherry pick the ones that actually tell us something. This is interesting. No new renown levels in patch 9.2. The cipher of the first ones is to replace it. See, here we go. A French website, Millennium. Ian Hazakostas has done an interview. Is renown expected to continue evolving into patch 9.2, or will it be completely replaced by the new system introduced in this update? We will not add new levels of renown. It is a system linked to the progression of your covenant, and we are venturing beyond the original history, which has limited to covenant in favor of a more global story where all come together to pursue the same goal in eternity's end. However, there is a progression system. As you explore Zereth Mortis and learn to decipher the language of the Autonomous, you gain access to new powers, but the renown 80 is the maximum obtainable. So it's interesting to see that they've called it a day on renown. So I mean, it's probably that's not surprising, considering renown has not been favourable in most people's eyes, on the basis that it just felt like a dead system before it was even implemented. There was no real... It was just time gating for the sake of time gating. I mean, the renown system is quite literally a season pass, of which they've done twice now. And, there is almost... Like, when you look at it, getting from level 40 to 80 in renown, apart from giving you slightly better conduits and it's just dead. It's just dead. It's just time gating for the sake of time gating. And I'm quite glad to see the back of it. It's just it's a poor season pass. It's not even a good season pass. They could definitely have done more with it if they wanted to, but I'm glad to see them, well, I say scrap it. It's not being scrapped, but it's just being, you know, it's having a facelift. Whatever the new progression system is going to be, it's basically going to be the same thing. Instead of there being, you know, 80 to 120, instead of there being 40 levels, there'll be like, I don't know, 24 characters of the alphabet to unlock, you know, something along those lines. Who knows? There'll still be something, but yeah, I'm glad to see that Renown is done. It's also really interesting to me to see that the entire first two patches, like 9.0, 9.1, like Ian said here, is all about the Covenant. And now we just almost instantly don't give a shit about Covenants at all. It's there seems to be a massive disconnect. It's probably like there was probably storylines that were going to get tied up that have been cut. But it feels there was not a single mention of anything Covenant related. It's almost like they're getting rid of the Covenant system halfway through the expansion. Because guess what? Blizzard implemented a system they realized that was a flop. And instead of waiting till the end of the expansion, they're just, you know, getting rid of it halfway through. Which is quite funny. But do you think we'll need to complete the 9.1 campaign to go further? I don't know. Honestly, probably. The fact that to this day you still need to do the 9.0 campaign to progress through the 9.1 campaign. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I think there's I'm not, from a story perspective, I'm really confused. I'm just confused because the entire start of the Shadowlands has been all about the Covenants, and then they've just seemed to have just dropped it completely. Just, no, get rid of Covenant, gone, boom, no more Renown. They've already claimed they're not going to be doing much with conduits. Weirdly, obviously from a legendary standpoint, we're going to be able to equip 2 legendaries. And 1 is going to be our Covenant legendary. So there's still, you know, some sort of link there, but it feels very crowbarred. Here we go. This is the thing I was referring to. The fact that the narratively, the Eternals, the Eternity End raid tells 2 stories, one after the other, almost like they've smushed 2 patches together. You know, our current plan for the release looks like this. During the first week of the release of Eternity's End, the raid will not be open. So there's going to be a 1 week grace period for you to log in, play the game, grind reputation, learn the alphabet. Beginning the second week, the raid will open for normal and heroic. First 8 bosses will be available for those difficulties. It will not be possible to fight the final bosses on any difficulty during week 2. This is intended to provide a moment to tell the story in a way that accounts for the passage of time between the events of the 8th encounter and the subsequent encounters. Almost like they've squished 2 raids together. Beginning with the weekly reset of week 3, all bosses are going to be available on normal, heroic, and mythic difficulty. This is interesting, right? It means the first time you get to see, or the first time most people get to see, the last bosses of the raid will instantly be on mythic difficulty. It's going to make the race to world first really interesting. I mean, it's a nice twist that I'm happy to see. But it absolutely screams we've taken 2 raids and just smashed them together. That, you know, they even say that it's 2 stories in 1. Race to World First raiders are hoping they won't allow to test the last 3 bosses on PTR. Yeah, it's funny, right? You expect those guys to try and gain every possible advantage they can. In scenarios like this, they don't want those advantages. They want it to just be, straight in. But yeah, it's very clear to me that it's two patches, 2 raids being smushed into one, and they're emphasizing that a little bit to, tell a story, I hope. In an interview with French gaming website Millennium.org, game director Ian Hazakostas further clarified that although there are narrative reasons for this decision, it is also intended that the world-first racing guilds not be able to practice the final 3 bosses of the raid extensively on normal or heroic difficulty before engaging them on Mythic. Interestingly, this does not mention whether that restriction will extend to the PTR testing as well, since the last boss is traditionally not tested on Mythic difficulty. The focus for this raid appears to be on the last 3 bosses rather than just one. Game director Ian Hazakostas via Millennium said, "I'd also like to mention an important element for guilds practicing Mythic mode wishing to try to obtain World First. The raid will not be deployed in its entirety during the first week of Normal and Heroic, unlike normally. The first 8 bosses up to Anduin, which I feel is meant to actually be the first raid, generally speaking, this is the patch 9.2 raid, will be available from the opening week of Normal and Heroic modes. The second part of the raid, or patch 9.3's raid, after Anduin, therefore, and during which you will face the Jailer in particular, will be accessible in all difficulty modes from the second week only. There will therefore be no way to train before Mythic mode in Normal and Heroic on the last 3 bosses. This system is also implemented in part for narrative reasons." I wish... It's so easy to see through the veil that I just wish sometimes they'd be honest. I just wish they'd say, yeah, we're smushing patch 9.2 and 9.3 into one because we want to focus on 10.0. They can spin a negative into a positive. It's really not difficult to do. We're combining 9.2 and 9.3 raids together to tell you a big chunk of the story in one go because we don't have time and we want to focus on 10.0. Like, that would be like blissful information to be aware of. That, oh good, they're actually focusing on the next expansion now. Fine, good, let's get 9.2 out, let's play it, let's conclude the storyline and let's move on. But yeah, Ian Hazakostas, Ian's his PR speak is very good nowadays. But either way, that's quite cool. So a slightly new structure for the raid. Bad luck protection with new currency. Okay, there's been more interviews. I don't think I've actually seen this one. With the announcement of tier sets in 9.2, Blizzard has also confirmed with an interview with Gamer Braves that tier sets will be obtainable through PvP and Mythic Plus as well. Can we maybe check out the interview? The interview has been edited for clarity. Oh, of course it has. Can you talk more about the design decisions, inspirations behind Automa, and the content in general? We've been planning this story for a long time. We knew we wanted the Shadowlands expansion and story to conclude in this place of wonder and mystery that is Zereth Mortis. When we delved into it, it was an opportunity for us to show a whole new level of Warcraft cosmology. About this mystical and higher form of magic place that we hadn't seen before. We really let our team loose to envision this place that was crafted by the beings that created the cosmos as we know it from Chronicle. I guess Chronicle is one of the Warcraft books, right? That seems to make sense. I've never read the Warcraft books, but I'm quite sure that is one of them. A currently 3-volume series of books that explores the origins and the future of Warcraft universe, about the different cosmic forces in the Titans, the Pantheon of Dead, and so on. Alright, cool. They dressed it up with lots of words, but I can't help feeling like it's going to be rushed and poorly told in-game. The story in WoW, they've done a terrible job of explaining the story. And this isn't just a new thing, though. This is something that it's been a bee in my bonnet for a long, long time. That they drip feed us the story so incredibly slowly. The majority of the story is not told with any decent, like voice acting. You'll get a cinematic that you're meant to remember every piece of. You'll get shown, and even in the past we didn't get cinematics, for Christ's sake. They're just really bad at telling stories. It's funny, right? They come up with really good stories, but they're just dog shit at telling them. And yeah, I don't know what the fix is, but they are just terribly bad at telling a story. And the more that they drip feed it to us, the more difficult it is to A, even remember it, or B, care about it. This is a problem. Asmogel said it best yesterday, need 50 cinematics to tell the Jailer's story. I'm sure the devs are better at telling them, but the money is more important to Activision. It's a weird one. They just need to be... The fact that they write these books and a lot of the game is, built around the storylines of these books. Maybe it's one of those things that maybe it's just difficult to portray a story when you already know the story yourself. But from an outsider looking in, it's nearly impossible to keep up with the story. Unless you go out of your way to try and understand it. But in my opinion, any story that you have to read 2 or 3 times to even get the understanding of is probably not being told very well. With new patches, there's always an influx of players coming back. For people who haven't played in some time, is there going to be new catch-up material for 9.2? I mean, we've got it all already, right? Surely? Surely we've got all of the catch-up we really could need to get our hands on. Apart from stuff that's going to get dropped. I mean, the domination system is just going to be dead. Just instantly dead. One of our major focuses is this major philosophical shift that the team is undertaking for not just returning players. These new systems introduced in Shadowlands like Covenants, Sanctum, breadth of content that we've added. It's also for when you want to make new characters as a new main or role. We've been trying to take steps to remove barriers. Anything that prevented you from getting into new content and experiencing the raids, etc. The changes to the renown system and anima let you catch up more quickly. I don't think there's any new systemic things that we're adding to Eternity's End, but we always look at the main storyline quests and flow and continuously consider things. People always ask, how much of our questing do I have to do to get the new stuff? See, if you told a good story, people would want to do the questing. But the fact that you can't tell a good story, it's just blah that you have to blast through. Especially once you've already done it. Lack of voice acting. I think it's the #1 issue to why the story is so badly told. Because given the choice, if there's some voice acting, you'll probably sit and listen to voice acting. But reading quest text and having that be part of the story, people just don't do it. The world is too interactive now. I'd like quests and side quests voice acted. I think Swotor did a good job with that. I mean, the main storyline should absolutely 100% be fully voice acted. Side quests and stuff, they're not so much. But then there would be, if that was a rule that was implemented, you'd also understand when something is a side quest that is just, you know, a bit of an activity for you to do that's a bit of fluff on the side. If you knew that when you know, opened a quest, if it started reading the quest to you and telling you a story, and you had something to listen to, I'm meant to be paying attention now. But because there's no discernible difference between a side quest and a regular quest, like a main storyline quest, apart from on the mini-map it has a different icon, whatever, you just consider all the quests exactly the same. I mean, fuck, they could even, you know, put the main storyline quest in a different box. Give it a different color background. Like, it needs to be way more in your face that this is an important quest. Like, this is main storyline. You need to pay attention to this. What's the best way to do that? You know, voice acting. Grab people's attention. Somebody starts talking to you, you're probably going to listen. We do want to make it easy for returning players to jump into the story. With Chains of Domination, we made it so that you didn't have to play through the whole Covenant campaign before you went to Korthia. Similarly, we let you jump straight into the action in Eternity's End to get to Zereth Mortis. There will be opportunities for you to get gear, to get you to the baseline where you can feel successful playing through Zereth Mortis story content. But you, if I remember right though, you still had to get, you could only do the first 3 chapters of the 9.1 campaign without doing the 9.0 campaign. You couldn't just, you know, you still had to do the Covenant campaign, and still to this same day you do. I don't know. They just need to work on their storytelling. And this is the thing, right? If it was an engaging, interesting story, people would want to seek it out. But I mean, this should be the telltale thing, right? This should be so telltale. People always ask, how much of the questing do I have to do to get the new stuff? Why are people phrasing their questions like that? They're phrasing it like that because the questing is shit. It's not fun. It's not engaging. They don't enjoy doing it. They just want the new stuff. Whereas the question could be, when do we get to play the new storyline? And the reward should be the bonus. The new stuff should be you should be actively seeking for the new story because it's fun and engaging. And this is the problem WoW's had with questing generally for a while. That in the mindset of most players is questing is just something you have to do to get to the thing you actually want to do. Questing is the means to an end to get, you know, your character's gear or something. Doesn't play the game with an answer like that. It's worrying. Did you hear they've added a level 60 boost in the store? Yeah, we'll get on to that. Please hold. We will get on to that. We see that the environment is quite different this time. What's the idea behind the zone design? Maybe something to do with the fact that Shadowlands has been dark and gloomy since day one. And we need something that's not dark and gloomy. But yeah, anyway. When we conceived the first ones and started trickling their lore through Shadowlands and Chains of Domination, one of their themes was their magic. It's these geometric patterns that influence a lot of the features in Zereth Mortis, and the Septula of the first one's raid as well. Art team carrying. You'll find spheres containing magical power, hexagon shapes rising out of terrain to give you the feeling of a place in motion, and a workshop of wondrous things being made. There will be incomplete forms of life, prototypes, work in progress, and even Pantheon of Death members like the Archon, Winter Queen, and the Primus. I mean, the zone does, this piece of concept art of the zone does look kind of quite cool. You have the Baron. I mean, I jokingly called it Uldum, sorry. In you've got the sand zone, and then you move into the sort of transition zone, and then the lush life filling zone. I mean, there's not much more to say other than the art team is doing a very good job. But this has been true for a long time. Class tier sets available through raids. Are there similar sets from the past? Will there be any new functionality to them? Tier sets have been something we wanted to visit since 2 BlizzCons ago or so, and the community's also been asking for it. Artistically, we've taken a lot of awesome aesthetics from the zone, creatures, and ecology of Zereth Mortis, and combined it with class fantasy. Just having that armor is evocative of your class, and we're excited to get them back in your hands. Tier sets are going to be available. See, this is key. Tier sets will be available through the raids, dropping like normal armor, but we did want to make sure it will be available to players who aren't raiders. If you're into PvP or Mythic Plus, you can get them from the Great Vault, but not from the chest at the end of the dungeon or a conquest vendor. So, you can... okay, interesting. You can get tier sets if you don't raid, but you're gonna have to... You can only get, you know, 1 piece a week through the Great Vault, assuming you tick all of the boxes in the Great Vault. So it's the choice that I want to see. It's definitely the choice that I want to see. I've been bashing on about this from a professions standpoint more than anything. But I absolutely am glad to see that there's, you know, different methods of acquisition is good. If you raid, that is your best chance of getting the tier set. It's going to be raids. I mean, the tier sets are always very heavily focused towards the raiding situation. But, you know, if you want to get your class tier set, then you still can acquire it over time through, you know, Mythic Plus or raiding. I hope, though, that it doesn't become a thing where Mythic Pluses and PvPers once again feel obligated that they then have to do the raid because this gear ends up being BIS for them in their chosen, you know, avenue of gameplay. It should be, for Mythic Pluses and PvPers, it should be a nice to have, but not, you know, not their best in slot, I guess. Boosting will see an upswing just for that gear. You could be right there. You could be right. People will probably might want to complete the set just because. And they will get boosted through raids, you know, just for the chance to get the gear, I suppose. Maybe. We'll see. I need all the sets. Well, get those ults leveled up then if you need all of them, because we'll do it on LFR though. If they drop from LFR, then you can just run ults through LFR maybe, but oh, guess what we always wanted? A new currency. However, we have made some major changes. Sometime after Eternity's End release. Oh! Sometime after Eternity's End releases. So we're not getting this straight away. You'll unlock a Forge of Creation system and start earning a new currency. This currency, along with an item from PvP or from dungeons, can be transformed into a tier set piece. This is supposed to work like a bad luck protection system, or again for people wanting to make new characters, or as a catch-up method if you've already started late. We normally might have patched this in much later in the game, but we wanted to introduce these systems earlier to give players a clearer roadmap. So we're not getting it straight away, but they're not holding it back till 9.2.5, say. We're looking forward to getting feedback from players on the system, since there's much different ways to get the tier sets this time round. The set bonuses themselves will be similar to ones in the past, featuring fun and unique benefits for certain playstyle, with the bonuses swapping if you decide to change. We tried to explore a little to get rotations to become more fresh and unique. Tier sets of the past. I've got no issues with tier sets of the past. Getting your 2-set bonus might adjust the way an ability works to maybe throw an extra button in your rotation, or to maybe allow you to consider a slightly different rotation to implement this tier set bonus. And then if you get your 4-piece, then it often has a major effect on your playstyle. I like that. It's cool. It's a way to implement borrowed power in a sort of fun way that doesn't totally make you, reliant on those abilities. Most likely they'll unlock when the raid has been beaten on Mythic. That's a good theory. The problem will be is that's different for everybody though, right? I don't know, we'll see. What kind of mechanics in the zones, raids, etc. are you most excited for players to experience? The cipher of the first ones was really exciting for us as it brought the whole team together to tell a story. We wanted Zereth Mortis and its creatures, the Ultima, to feel different and not just another batch of creatures that you see when entering a zone. We wanted to show that they're part of this advanced culture, a rung above everything else we've seen on the Cosmic Ladder. I mean, that's great, but that doesn't answer the question. The way that we thought about doing that was to change the way that they speak, where it wasn't just a normal language, but a runic pattern that we called the ciphers. We wanted players not to learn it all at once and suddenly understand it, but to have something that unfolds over time. There'll be multiple phases in learning this complex geometric-based language. You could learn a part of it to communicate, but when it comes to understanding consoles or unlocking other benefits, you need to learn the rest. This new language, the thing that worries me about this is whether it's going to be hard coded into the game that physically until you've done something that allows you to understand a certain thing that you can't do something, or whether it's just going to be UI face value stuff, and which then, within 3 minutes of the PTR being up, there'll be a weak aura that just, there'll be fucking Google Translate will be in the game within 3 minutes. New language will be boring because there'll be a day one patch guide on how to obtain 90% of them the first week. Well, this is it. I'm kind of hoping that you have to physically do something in the game to unlock it, and that, a weak aura or an add-on can't just Google Translate it all for you. Because if it all just gets Google translated and just everything's exposed instantly, it feels a bit weird. I love the Dragon Soul tier bonuses, where a big important class specific cooldown was applied to all raid members. I was a feral tank back then, and when I popped Frenzied Regen, everybody got a Frenzy Regen. That was quite cool. There'll be a weak aura eventually. It's like the mission table. I mean, there's a weak aura for everything nowadays. But like I said, if it's just a UI element, then a weak aura will just break it within about 3 seconds. But it'll be hard coded. Looks a bit like the box of many things. There's a screenshot kicking about. I've not seen said screenshot. I'll hunt something down. This way, it gives you a lot of gameplay options to delve into the system as you unlock the side content for yourself. It really feels like it goes hand in hand with exploring Zereth Mortis as a whole. Our sound team was excited to work on it, as we've also talked about how the magic ties in with geometric shapes, etc. Other thing is music, where it has intervals. We thought this is a great alignment where you hear these tones to sense what the Automata were trying to communicate to you. The interactive process between sound and design came together as this overall presentation that feels magical, musical, and distinctive from the languages we've shown before. I mean, these are great answers. But none of this actually answered the question. What kind of mechanics in the zones, raid, etc. are you most excited for players to experience? This is art team stuff. Right, let's keep going. In terms of stuff in the raid, Scepter of the first ones in particular was coming from this perspective of taking a new look at how we approach the size and the scale of a raid. When it's raids like Sanctum of Domination, Castle Nathria, Torghast, they are physical locations. You move from one big room down a hallway to another big room, which players are very familiar with. As we were talking about the scope, scale, and cosmic nature of the Scepter and Zereth Mortis, we felt the design didn't quite fit the fantasy here. To my knowledge, we've never really done this before, but when you zone in after defeating the first boss, you actually need to take a flight path to the next boss in the instance. As you travel, you get to see all of the epic scenery, huge structures in the raid, and really get a sense of the scale and the fantasy that we're trying to convey. Well, that sounds quite cool. That's a mechanic within the raid that's quite cool. In the wings themselves, there's lots of fun encounters. One of the names we gave one is the 3D printer wing. It's constantly creating new things and prototyping these creatures, and one of the bosses in that wing is actually a prototype of the Pantheon of Death. You see a version 0.1 of, say, the Archon or Denathrius, a whole council of prototypes of these creatures. Alright, cool. How has the raid design evolved over the years? How did you approach designing it with new player behavior in mind? With the raid, we're doing something unique when it comes to accessing the encounter, viewing it from the story aspect. Anduin will be the end boss of the first week of raid launching. The end boss of the first raid. And that comes with a lot of interesting story elements as to why it's the case. We get to explore how he's dominated and how we don't get dominated ourselves, for example. The following week, when Mythic would normally come out, the back half of the raid releases, with the Jailer as the final boss, to stop him from rewriting reality, as it were. Do we think that the first 8 bosses, even on Heroic, might end up being a cock block? I mean, the problem is it's just not, is it? It depends how it's tuned. Sounds like the 2 raids are too close to each other for anybody who isn't a world first raider to experience them in the correct order. Well, I think the like I said, the first 8 bosses feel to me like that's what the raid was meant to be. We were probably only ever meant to, at this point in time, be saving Anduin, maybe rescuing Sylvanas. That was really all we were meant to be doing. The last 4 bosses is actually meant to be the 9.3 raid, Now, obviously, there would probably be more bosses, but they've cut some to, you know, squish it down. But because they're squishing 2 raids into 1, the entire first raid is just going to be just tanked into the floor in terms of difficulty, so that, you know, it can be zerged on heroic mode by most. It's about the only logical way that you can smush 2 raids into 1, really. I like the fact that they give you 8 bosses, go kill 8 bosses. And then obviously, you know, mythic for the last ones. Release date? No idea. At this point in time, I'm going to put my money on February. When it comes to evolving philosophies, a lot of it comes down to progression of how players approach itemization in the raid. One of our goals was to reintroduce tier sets, and the other to make it more satisfying for players by giving them more agency in acquiring their tier sets. In Chains of Domination, many players told us how they couldn't get the shards or bonuses they want even after months of raiding, because it was a dog shit system. Just to add to what's new and different about the raid in particular, our 2 major goals, one to be to free Anduin from the grasp of the jailer, or there'd be no hope against the domination magic he uses, and the second were to pursue the jailer and to stop him from achieving his goals. We have 2 separate story moments that each have their own focus. I mean, they literally have said, like, they couldn't... I can't think of another way to phrase, we have smushed 2 raids into 1. I can't think of another way of saying that without actually saying that at this point. All of the devs have basically said that, just not in so many words. February seems to be the common consensus, but Blizzard actually haven't actually... Yeah, they've not said anything, but February makes sense because... February makes sense just because of how long it usually takes to do things. And when you look 12 months ahead of that, you can start to see how, you know, how there'll be a summer alpha and beta going into a, you know, an autumn hype session, and finally a, you know, a November, December launch of 10.0 probably. What do you have to say to fans who may be worried that you are rushing the story? We can't talk about what's coming next, but what I can say is when these events culminate in the Eternity's End and play out, they were meant to be a conclusion to a long series of building stories that we've been weaving their way through multiple expansions. The Warcraft story goes on, but we're closing one book before another begins. Physically and metaphorically, and yeah, in more ways than one. As the future chapters of our story begins to play out, the players will get a sense of conclusion to some threads before delving into new ones. In before 10.0 is, you know, and it was all a dream. Here's a new game. We're not going to look back at the past. We're gonna close that door behind us, and we're gonna move on. Sure, okay. The story that unfolds will hopefully feel very organic. There are many facets of the Warcraft universe still awaiting for us to explore, in both the cosmic sense of Eternity's End and the more grounded events in Azeroth featuring characters we know and love, with many areas yet in Azeroth to be discovered. With many areas yet in Azeroth to be discovered. Oh look, somebody wants to be banned. I wish I could automate this stupid see you later in a bit. Going back to Azeroth for 10.0 then, are we? Closing thoughts then. I love PvP, and we had reintroduced Conquest in Shadowlands for players to buy their gear. This Conquest became more exciting for players and more wanted to get engaged in PvP. We often get a request about queuing for rated PvP solo. That has many challenges, but we're introducing a new PvP brawl with the Eternity's End update. That's our take on what solo queue in World of Warcraft could look like. It's called Solo Shuffle. Okay. Oh dear. Oh, that name. When the wife or the girlfriend turns around to you, so what do you want to do? What do you want to do this evening? Ah, don't worry, love. I'm going to go for a solo shuffle. Alright, okay, sure. We want players to give us feedback and see if it's a feature we can permanently add. The idea is that we take 6 players, throw them in a pool, and have them fight in a 3v3 arena match in every possible combination you could form amongst those 6 players. The one with the best rating at the end essentially wins. I mean, it's a clusterfuck then, isn't it, really? A solo shuffle in the Cosby suite. I mean, that shouldn't be as funny as it is. Better than the Great Push #2 event? Yeah, true. Oh dear God. 6-player WoW Fortnite. Is this gonna be Warcraft does Battle Royale? Is that what it is? Oh God. Sure. We think it's a unique solution instead of trying to come up with some matchmaking system that can understand meta group compositions. We think it's going to be really fun and create opportunities for interesting social interactions. No. There's going to be no interesting social interactions. If you're gonna have a 6 end up what is ultimately going to be a 6v6 battle royale in Warcraft, it's going to be a clusterfuck of chaos. There will be nothing that could even remotely be called interesting social interactions. It's just going to be your mum jokes and just... Oh, it's going to be horrendous. It could be funny, though. It's 3v3 with 6 total players. Yeah, I know it is, but I mean, it's... The fact that there's no way to sort of... I mean, it says here, like, right, we throw them in a pool, have them fight in a 3v3 arena matches in every possible combination. So there's no, you know... All cooldowns popped within 2 seconds. Yeah, exactly. It would just be an absolute Zerg fest. I'd sure like to hear what these prepubescents are doing to my mother. Yeah, exactly. Well, it could be funny. Basically, I'm excited to see the threads coming together through Warcraft history, and I hope the conclusion will be satisfying. Things don't simply end after defeating a raid boss. There's the campaign, the story within the raid, the epilogue after the end of the raid, and there's some pretty epic conclusions waiting for you. Well, there we go. That gave us a few little heads up to what's coming. It's kind of frustrating me more so that you know we're getting more information from the interviews than we do from the the actual release from Blizzard themselves, but sure. Anything else interesting that we should address? I mean, I guess we can't not talk about the double legendary thing, can we? Double legendaries in patch 9.2. 2 legendaries will be coming. You can only equip your Covenant legendary and 1 other. This, I think, is going to do some interesting stuff. if we can equip 2 legendaries, one which is going to be the Covenant legendary, do we think, time to do some brainstorming here, do we think that there'll be people out there that will be crafting all 4 of their Covenant legendaries? Or do we think the most people will I mean, it stands to it because you basically have 2 lists of legendaries, and you can, you've got this list of 4 legendaries. You can pick one of these, and you can pick one of these. Now, the likelihood is, Convoke will go Burr. Yeah. It's always going to be better to equip 2 legendaries regardless of the legendary power, just purely because of the item level increase. Well, that also depends on if we're going to increase the item level all that much. Because there's usually a 13 item level bump between patches. We're at what, 250, what's it, 250, what's mythic right now? 252? I can't remember. 252, 259, 252. So 265 is going to be, 265, 270 is likely to be mythic gearing level. It begs the question then, do we even think that we will see an item level bump to legendaries? I mean, sure, you probably would. What if you? What are we saying? 262, 275. What? I mean, yeah, 13 item level bump. 275 for your final legend. Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see what they do with legendaries. Knowing that we're going to equip 2 though, I would put money on people crafting 1 of every Covenant legendary. I'm pretty sure they said its level increases in one of the interviews. We got 30 item levels from 9.0 to 9.1 on legendary items. 235 to 262. Yeah. They won't let Legos be your lowest item level. That'll feel bad on so many levels. It's gonna be really unnecessarily complex though, because don't forget we're gonna have tier sets. By the time you have your tier sets, you have 2 legendaries. I mean, there's not really a huge amount of slots left. Maybe it won't be made by the crafters though. That's a possibility. I've thought for the longest of time that taking the upgrading of legendaries away from crafters is something that would not surprise me. It depends. Like I said, there's so many unknowns at this point, because if they do add, if this new zone ends up with new materials, then it would also make sense that there's a new rank of legendaries that are made primarily from those, or the base legendary items will be made from the new zone's materials. I mean, it's just Dumbo level obvious at that point. But that's on the assumption that we get new materials in the new zone. For a second vestige upgrade, Uber vestige or something like that, that just feels really crowbarred in and just terrible. Because there's no way that Blizzard haven't seen just because the funneling, if we think about it now, right? Think about what are the best in slot legendaries right now. Shadowgast Ring, Grimveiled Cape, Shadowgast Greaves. And then there's a few others. But, I mean, your primary ones. I mean, the Cape and the Ring by themselves is literally 50 to 60% of your sales. So many people want the Cape and the Ring currently. Now, if you think about how a tier set is going to work, a tier set isn't going to change that. Because a tier set is basically probably going to just replace domination sockets or domination slots. So the likelihood will be is that the actual meta for legendaries with tier sets won't be much different to what it is now. Because people will want to prioritize the non-tier set pieces for their legendaries, you would assume. Because you're going to want that 4 set bonus. You're going to want 4... I mean, that's only 1 less than the 5 that we have with domination stuff. And that maybe that 5th... You're going to have 4 pieces where you have a domination slot right now will be replaced by a tier set. And then that 5th one that's not the 4 set bonus will be your second legendary. It will probably, in that scenario, spread out the quantity of different legendaries that sell. What if they make it so that Legos can be crafted for any slot? I mean, they almost can, can't they? I suppose we don't have trinkets. A resurgence in gloves or braces, maybe. There's not much else left. But that's the thing. If you're going to have... Because your 4 set bonus, let's think of it from a tier set perspective. Your 4 set bonus is going to be your helm, your shoulders, your chest, and probably your legs. With a possibility of something else in there. Gloves, maybe. There may be more than 4 set pieces so that people can choose which ones they use. Yeah, there'll probably be 5, if not 6 pieces in each tier set. But obviously you're going to need to use 4 purely for the purpose of it's going to be... The thing is the acquisition of this as well means that only by the very, very... It's going to take a long time, just like what happened with Domination Gear, is it's going to take people a long time to complete their set. And only once they've got all of the pieces available can they then say, right, well, this is the best, this is the best, this is what Sims best. There's going to be a long period of time where people won't have exactly what is on their list from a sim. They will obviously be trying to achieve that. But that's not to say that whilst people try and get to that perfect simmed BIS list, that they won't equip something else. And that's especially now that the only restriction to why people didn't do that and why people thought so heavily about their choice of legendary was because it took you 4 weeks if you wanted to change it. But that's not a thing anymore. And they've even said that the legendaries, or the materials for the legendaries, won't necessarily only come from Torghast. 9.2 sales will be higher than 9.0 and 9.1 combined. Called it first. Hey, there's no there's nothing in my mind that doesn't suggest that. I mean, you're gonna have a good day in the office if you're selling legendaries. I mean, simply the fact that everybody from day one is going to be able to. Although it's not from day one. Where was it that they? Oh, I've seen it somewhere. Torghast is no longer required to get the legendary currency. See, See, now I don't know whether this is a translation thing. Yes, players will have access to new level tiers for legendary. Oh god, fuck. Well, there we go. There's. I should have just read the pissing thing. It's literally on my screen. Yes, players will have access to new level tiers for legendary items. So we are getting higher item level legendaries. The materials required to upgrade these will no longer come from Torment, Tower of the Damned, but from Zereth Mortis directly. Cosmetics and other things will always be available in Torghast, but we have a feeling that the requirement to go through this tower every week to gradually gain power is something that players want to see come to an end. So that's what we're offering. In addition, with their advance in Zereth Mortis, players will have the opportunity to not only equip the legendary item linked to their Covenant, but also any other legendary simultaneously. You will therefore be able to wear 2 legendaries at a time, one from each category, at the end of your journey. So this is ambiguous in terms of it doesn't say that the professions have got anything to do with it at all. The material required to upgrade these items, where do base items stand with that then? This is my point. I think that crafters may be in a position where they make rank 6s, and then further progression from your rank 6 will be on a personal development basis. I don't think crafters are going to have much of a say, because otherwise they no point are they talking. They say the material required. They almost deliberately didn't say soul ash or soul dust. Just the material required to upgrade these. Corthite crystals won't be a thing in 9.2. I don't know. I don't know what to take from this. If they're going to remove Torghast completely as the progression path for legendaries, if it's going to be within the new zone, I fail to believe that players are going to need rank 7 and rank 8 base items. But equally important is the fact that you don't get 2 legendaries day 1. You do not get 2 legendaries day 1. It's probably going to be a with their advance in Zereth Mortis. So maybe by the time you get to Honored, you get to upgrade it 1 level. When you get Exalted, you get to upgrade it the next level. And then eventually you'll be able to wear 2 of the best legendaries. So there will be time gating to it, but it's going to be really interesting to see just, how, the details. We need details. The details is what we're after. But yes, Blizzard, give me a PTR. I want to explore. I want to explore. Unfortunately, my French is not good enough to read the any French in chat that can translate this better than Wowhead did. Well, thinking about it, actually, I mean, Ian Hazakostis doesn't speak French, so it's been translated from English in the first place. And where's this picture? The thumbnail for this article. Where does this graphic come from? Is it in the original interview? Oh, what is this? Oh dear God. You're getting hacked. Abort. The press release article on Wowhead. No, this is too far back. This is too far back. Is it this one? Oh, I don't know. I feel like I'm hunting down a needle in a haystack. All right, then. The last thing that I actually really want to talk about, just briefly, is my surprise to the fact that we now have level 60 character boosts already. Now, linked in the Discord. Oh, thank you. The fact that we've hang on. Okay, before we dance around, let me check the Discord real quick. Where's Discord gone? Hello? Who stole my Discord? Over here. Oh, okay. What is this then? Okay, so this is going to be... Yeah, I have no... Cypher Research Console. Do we assume then by this... I mean, it kind of look... Well, we've got this one currency up the top here. And I guess... These are then probably... There's ranks of these that you maybe have to spend your research points in, which in turn, you know, teaches you a character that unlocks something. No, What could you possibly... I mean, I know a lot of this is probably placeholder. What would you possibly want to, you know, increase? But what would you want to decrease? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. These all just look like ridiculously placeholder icons. These are some of the most generic icons in the game. Yeah, not sure what I take from that. That's difficult to... But this is obviously a big indication to what our progression path is going to be in the new zone. Looks like Horrific Visions research tree again. Could be. Seven ciphers, 7 groups of upgrades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 7 ciphers and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, maybe. Complete one and you get the thing, sort of thing. Who knows? Only time will tell. Only time will tell. That's quite interesting, though. Yeah, but the... Oh, okay. So we've got the logo, tier set pictures. We got the fuck, I can't think what their name was, but they've got all corrupted. Big old jailer dude. I mean, that's I want a super high resolution version of this as my triple screen desktop background. Give me Blizzard. Art team. Oh look, it's our whoa, it's a very shiny, it's our new mount, look. And that's some Bauble-worm concept-y thing. Some ghosty wolves. Funky weapons. Were you amazed at the shapes that could never exist, such as floating trees and rocks? You mean like all of the other zones in the game that have floating trees and rocks? Yeah, kinda. Where's the slug mount? I want to see the slug mount again. Sorry, the snail. Slug with a house. Slug with a home. Alright, cool. I get it. Jellyfish is a creature that needed to be both wild and created by higher beings. We wanted the translucity of the creature to show its inner workings and to tie to other creatures of the same theme. I mean, the art team is doing bits. It really is. Why give us mobile wallpapers? I want proper desktop wallpapers. Outrageous behaviour. PC wallpapers, here we go. I want super widescreen resolution. Who wants a black and white wallpaper? Alright, cool, fine. But yeah, actually the one thing that I did want to talk about is that with less than 1 year into the expansion, they've given us the ability to buy a level 60 boost. Now that's crazy. We usually get the level 60 boost at the announcement of like the 0.0 patch. We are getting this seriously early, and they just, you know, slipped it in there. Slide it straight in. I like more black wallpapers. They use less power. Sure. I hope next year we can directly buy level 60s and normal gear. The year after heroic gear too. They need to get more subs for sure. That's the only reason for that early boost. But this is it. Does this mean that if you just buy Shadowlands now, you can straight up buy Shadowlands as a brand new character, as a brand new player to the game, and just get bang, straight in, level 60? I mean, I know leveling from 50 to 60 is a joke. Now it's that fast. But I mean, it's still it only goes to prove my point more so, that they genuinely don't care about leveling anymore. The progression of your character up to max level means absolutely nothing. Maybe boost for Mage Tower. Oh, that's an interesting thought. I mean, it's cheeky, but it's very true. It's very true. Those that do still passionately care about the game and want to play the Mage Tower on multiple characters, you know, put your hand in your pocket and you can pull out a level 60 character. Yeah. Damn. sneaking in a level 60 character boost 3 weeks before the Mage Tower releases. There comes let's see what Blizzard actually had to say. There comes a time in every hero's journey when they need a helping hand, getting them over the hump and right back into the action. I mean, this is not obviously advertised for current players then. This is like, please come back! We miss you! This is them absolutely screaming. Like, please, please stop playing Final Fantasy and come back and play World of Warcraft. With the level 60 character boost, you can instantly grant one character a one-time boost to level 60, so they're ready to get back into the action with the latest content Shadowlands has to offer, and prepare for the continuing story in Eternity's End. Bring your hero up to speed and get ready for your next thrilling adventure. Boost now. So I've literally just gone and spent nearly 1 million gold upgrading all my heirlooms, to now find out that I can just buy level 60 boosters anyway. Fuck you, Blizzard. Sometimes, I mean, Jesus. 10 to 20 hours? Can't say it's fast. It does not take 10 to 20 hours to level up now. Not even close. Not even close. You can get from 1 to... I mean, considering that if you make a allied race, you start at level 10... from level 10 to level 50 can be done in like 6 hours, probably less. From 50 up until 60, now considering the fact that you have heirlooms available, they've massively boosted Threads of Fate. You can level through islands as well. You can level through... literally getting from level 50 to 60 is like 4 hours. It's super quick. Super quick. And I got from 50 to 54 in a couple of hours of herbing and mining with no rested experience. Like, leveling 50 to 60 is stupidly fast now. I mean, this though, when you think about it, it's $1 a level. It's $1 a level. Yeah, it's 5 tokens for a boost. And the boost, if you're buying boosts with gold, they're not cheap, no. And I mean, $60 or 60 euros or $60 is equally not cheap for a boost. But the fact that it's there in the first place. Wonder what the 60 boost gear is like. Well, that's the point. It could have quite an effect on what people choose to head straight to the auction house and buy. Throw on the Darkmoon Fair buff or the 18% anniversary buff coming. Not to mention Alliance pretty consistently get a 30% XP boost in War Mode as well. It's ridiculously fast to level up characters now. 239 item level. Can you imagine? Here you go, have a level 60, it's mythic geared. Off you go. See you later. Off you go. 15% for Alliance. Is that what it is at the moment? It's often higher than that. Still selling legendaries. I've not done a cancel scan for about 2 hours. But yeah, either way, like, this only goes to prove that one, they are absolutely desperate for people to come back and play the game. 2, Mage Tower's out in 3 weeks, and so they want people to not have to, you know, oh, I could level that character that I want to go through Mage Tower. It's FOMO, right? This is playing into FOMO, right? Because if you, imagine, right, in 3 weeks' time when Mage Tower comes out, somebody logs in, they do Mage Tower on one character, and they're like, oh, I'd like to do this on this other character. Oh, but he's still level 50. Well, I tell you what, Mage Tower only lasts 2 weeks. I don't have time to level this character. I don't have time to level all of these characters. What I do have, though, is lots of money. Boom, boom, shake the room. All of a sudden, loads of level 60s kicking about. Wonder how many people will buy the boost thinking it works in Classic Season. I mean, you'd have to be pretty donkey to do that, but sure. Either way, I found it not only funny, but also annoying, considering I bought a boost on literally Monday. So, kind of frustrated, but sure. Kind of frustrated. Right, what are we selling here? 168 gear. Why am I selling 168 gear? Sure, fine, I'll take it. Bone Snapper? What is this thing? Who knows? Random bit of gear. Right. Quick cancel scan. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Oh my god. Is that the time already? That took us a lot longer than I expected. Threads of Fate is much faster than the story. I've not tested, but I do have a few characters that I wouldn't mind leveling up. So in the near future, we might do a little bit of leveling. See, the fact that there's now not going to be a patch 9.3, that completely throws the way that I play the game, because my plan at the beginning of Shadowlands was that 9.0 would just be make buckloads of gold, which we did. We made loads of gold in 9.0. Didn't really play the game all that much, knowing full well that in the later patches, catch up would be a thing. I was then going to look at actually playing the game for a little while, getting my alts up, doing some leveling. And then once we go into patch 0.3, I was going to, do all the collecting of all of the stuff, finishing off the expansion per se. But now I kind of feel incentivized to level up my characters now, because patch 9.2 is going to be my collect everything and finish the expansion patch. All before, an alpha or a beta comes out, which I will be all over like a rash, assuming Blizzard nice me and actually give me beta keys. Torghast is super slow, only the first time each day. Yeah, it's Torghast is not really great for it, but it gives you a heads up for Soul Ash and Soul Dust and whatever. Expansion's just a mess. I mean, it's in a weird state, but I think we all understand why. Was that really an entire cancel scan? This is why I'm selling legendaries on this realm. Because I literally don't have to cancel scan. It feels gross. I post stuff and it sells. Can I buy any Korthite crystals yet? Yes. Yoink. As bad as the expansion is, still made a load of gold. That is true. That is true. At this rate, by the time... I mean, I'm nearly... Not quite there, but we are very close. I am very close at this point, I think, to averaging 5 million gold a month, I think, since Shadowlands is released. Where's the 1 year data here? I am very, very close, because this is only one realm. I'm very close to 5 million gold a month. And that's profit. That's after I've not owned, I pay for the game time with gold. I obviously spend gold on a few things here and there. Additionally, I'm also periodically cashing out and maxing my Blizzard balance. If I hadn't, you know, if I hadn't bought so many boosts for other characters, or, you know, level boosts, I mean, from the store, I'd probably comfortably have been over 5 mil a month, which is a good average, I think. Have you talked about Lego sales? Do you feel it's slowing down compared to previous day, compared to last week? Yes, it's slowing down for sure. But on this realm specifically, I'm in a really weird situation of where I'm one of basically only 2 people that sell legendaries. So I mean, if I craft it and I post it, it sells. Which is a weird position to be in. But then compare that against like Town Mill, which is one of the highest population servers. I'm definitely seeing a decrease in people buying legendaries over there. So yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Well, this one is Sylvanas. It's Sylvanas was once, or quite recently, it floats between medium pop and high pop. I've overstocked on crystals right now, I feel. I was excited when I saw them at 600, now dropped to 500 and the weekend is coming. Don't feel any server has a shortage anymore. I mean, 159 Corthite crystals on the auction house is an indication there's a shortage. There is definitely a shortage on my realm right now. I am literally buying nearly anything that appears, simply so that I can craft and sell things. The bottleneck is definitely Corthite crystals for me over anything else. But even a lithium ore is like 100 gold a pick. Somebody's reset it, but I'm at work. Just checked the under my journal. My realm has had no crystals as of 11 AM. Yeah. Draenor, Twisting Nether, Kazakh Silver Moon all have similar trends. Yeah, the super high pop realms all work in a similar fashion. If we take we can take a look at one of the big realms. Or is it actually this one? No. This one? On the super high pop realms, you tend to find that not only you can buy Corthite crystals, actually, you know, exchanging your gold for a Corthite crystal is a possibility, but the amount of gold you have to exchange for that Corthite crystal is often not favorable. So, for example, over here, yeah, sure, I can. Well, somebody's hoovered a bunch of these up. There was a lot more than this earlier, but Corthite crystals, yeah, I can buy them. But I'm going to have to pay nearly 1,000 gold a piece for them. Which is, yeah, not really what I want to do when I know that they're dropping in price again now. But I'm not really bothered about making gold over here. I'll quite happily just wait until they're back down to what I consider a sensible price. A 5x increase, so I feel Legos have sufficiently slowed down that Corthites now stockpiling on the auction house, further dropping prices. Yeah, I mean, I did tell everybody that, you know, the 9.1.5 spike in legendary demand was a bubble that would pop in 7 to 10 days, and it is doing just that. We are now seeing the quantity of crystals go up, the supply of the price of the crystals go down, and in turn the quantity of legendaries being bought decrease on the super high pop realms. But that's not to say that the realm that most people play on, being like a mid pop, high pop realm like my own here, could be in a predicament where there just isn't any crystals because nobody's out there, you know, farming them. What's the fastest way to level 50 to 60 with Zygor, the Threads of Fate guide? I would assume, and I guess, I've not checked, but if Zygor's updated for patch 9.1.5, then yeah, Threads of Fate leveling is probably very quick. Threads of Fate leveling gives you the advantage of being able to just, you know, do it in one sitting and just zerg through it pretty easily. Guess everybody came back week 1, saw there was no mage tower, and then left again. Maybe. Who knows? Right, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, though, boys and girls. I'm busting for the bathroom. When we get back, we'll probably continue on Draenor for an hour or so. We might look at leveling up some professions over here. We've got 2 level 60s, 4 profession slots available. Or we might just go do some farming for a bit. I'm not sure. I'll be back with you in 2 minutes, though, boys and girls. Hit that like button, follow button, whatever. I forget which platform we're on. Drop a sub if you're enjoying. And I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. Probably need to give a bit of a thought to what professions we're going to take on these characters. Do I go... I mean, it seems sensible to do what I know works. Greetings and aloha. How we doing, Saigon? Good to see you. Jewel crafting and blacksmithing on the paladin probably would make sense. With the leatherworking and then weirdly tailoring, but just, you know, because it fits. Ooh. Gotta visit those vendors again. Dude, fixed gold prices. I keep telling people, if your vendor prices keep breaking, use fixed gold values. Save yourself so much effort. If you're not buying it 7 gold 20 a piece, you're doing it wrong anyway. But yeah. Do we go leather? Yeah, I think we probably do. Which ones are we going to level first? In fact, I'm going to have a problem that I don't have an enchanter. But that's alright. We're not getting to legendaries just yet. I'm both lazy and forgetful. Yeah, join the club. Right. I can't even remember. We dinged 60 on these two characters. And I genuinely can't remember if I even did anything with them at all. They might not even have covenants yet. I should probably get these dudes into Korthia and get them going in Korthia. Because since we don't have any gold on Draenor yet, some Crafter's Mark gear might be sensible to start with. Now we could quite simply just go to the Moor and pick up Crafter's Mark 2. We gotta level some professions though. Have we got any gold? 5,000 gold. Ooh, that's not gonna get us very far, is it? It's not gonna get us very far at all. Right, let's clean our bags of all this trash. We don't need any of this rubbish. Whoa, hang on. We need those. We need the appearance. Damn. Have you just started from scratch on Draenor as a brand new goal maker? Yep. Yeah, we've got a couple of characters here now. You may have just seen we have level 60 Hunter, level 60 Paladin, and a level 54 Druid. The Druid is herbalism and mining, just to farm up some initial gold. And these two characters, my Paladin and my Hunter, are going to have some, probably going to take the 4 legendary crafting stuff. Was on Draenor before, hated the realm, had to cancel every 30 minutes. I mean, yeah, if you only cancel scanning every 30 minutes, you're probably not going to get too far. These bags, I should probably just put them in the bank.
May your blade
what did we say? Leatherworking. Let's get leatherworking first. Why am I all the way in Orgrimmar? Where's my Hearthstone set? Valley of Strength. Ow, boo. Right, let's head over and pick up leatherworking. Now, if I was less of a lazy goblin, I'd have a sensible guide on exactly how to do this. But I don't. So we'll use maybe WoW Professions. Right, where's the leatherworking trainer? Which one's leather? There's jewel crafting. Who are you? You're ink, scribey, business, leatherworking must be over this way then. Skinning, leatherworking trainer. Howdy. Right. If in doubt, ask WoW Professions. WoW Professions, sure. Profession leveling. Leatherworking. Right. Where's me material list? Desolate leather, pallid bones, callous hide, curing salt, penumbra threads. Okay. Haha, I've just realised that I was then about to tab out to my alt to buy some stuff. Then realising that on Draenor I don't have an alt account to tab out to. So I'm going to need to go and get those materials. Sure. However, I tend to level via TSM groups for a profit. Seems to be working for me a little slower, but not by a lot. Yeah, I just take shortcuts, I'm going to be honest.
How may I assist?
I don't try too hard to make a profit whilst leveling. I go by the theory it's a business expense, and a business expense I'd rather just do quickly. So, for now, I will probably buy some materials, actually. I have a character sat at an auction house. We can just buy some stuff, it's fine. If I was really min-maxing, I'd go out and farm the materials myself. But that's a crazy person. Crazy person's plan of action, that is. We got 75k. Surely 75,000 gold can buy us all the materials we need. So, it should be easy game. So, desolate leather. We need 655 desolate leather. Hang on, I'm going to use default UI for this. 655, we'll buy 700. 700 desolate leather, pallid bones. Pallid bones, we need not many at all. Buy. Callous hide, we need a bunch of these. Curing salt comes from a vendor. Penumbra thread comes from a vendor. What do we need for tailoring? Not necessarily what do we need, just how much do we need. Shrouded cloth. Shrouded cloth times 500 it says here. I'm going to buy 600 because I'd rather have spares than not enough. Lightless silk, we need 76. I'll buy 90 because I know you need a few more of those sometimes. And then more penumbra thread. Right, well, there we go then. That should be... That cost us what? Less than 10,000 gold? To potentially max both leatherworking and tailoring. Okay, we haven't bought the vendor mats though, to be fair. But even still. See, that is just pathetic, isn't it? When you look at it at that, like at face value, right? These are the materials needed to level both leatherworking and tailoring to max. It's really sad when you look at it like that. Why do you log for the auction house? Just get on your longboy. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, funny. Oh, it's really sad when you see that. You need, when you think about it, you need 400 lightless silk and 400 shrouded cloth just to make a single vestige of origins. Gross. Do you not have a longboy? No, I don't. No. I'm part of the No Longboy Club. It's an elite club of gold making goblins. It's actually more of an elite club than the club of longboy owners. So, I'm one of the few. Trying to remember my character names then. Some Doritos. Do we need to send any gold over to that character? Probably not. If we do, we'll fix it in a minute. Finally got around to finishing WOD enchanting, except for the one recipe from the garrison trader. I've probably not even thought about WOD enchanting since probably Warlords of Draenor, if I'm honest. The real discussion becomes, what is finishing a profession? Is it getting to 100 or is it getting to rank 4 in all slots? If it's the former, it's a joke. If it's the latter, it's harder than classic. Well, yeah. Yes, that's true. That's true. When you look at it from that perspective, yes, you are right that you could easily argue that the profession is not finished until it's... Hang on, I'm a goblin. Oh god. Now, oh gee, how lazy am I going to be now? How many do I need? 167. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to go somewhere to buy the penumbra thread, aren't I? Or can I genuinely just not be bothered? I'm so lazy, I actually don't think I can be bothered. Like I said, it's a business expense, one not that I do not really care for. 170 there. 170 for tailoring. What was it we needed for? 72, so another 80. And we need 45 curing salt. We'll buy 50 to be safe. Right, there we go. There's the vendor mats we need. Shame to admit it, but I buy from the auction house when I'm too lazy as well. I know. Laziness is a killer. Well, it's not a killer, it's just expensive. It's expensive being lazy. Right, let's grab the rest of these materials though. Yoink. Right, and let's go level up our professions. Hopefully we can smash both these out in one sitting. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Leatherworking trainer. If I was really smart about this, I'd be recording this locally to turn it into a video, but you know, I'm not that smart. 1 to 11, desolate leather treads. Hang on, we need things on bars. Leatherworking, put it down here. Tailoring, put it down here. Desolate leather treads times 5. It's even telling me to equip them. Treads times 5, gauntlets times 5. What's next on the list? Desolate leather helm times 5 again, I presume. Pauldrons. Huh? Pauldrons aren't on my list. What's going on? I don't learn the pauldrons until... Why am I still only skill 30? Hang on. Hang on. What's going on here? Who broke it? Who broke it? Oh no. It's been changed. The leveling path has changed. You only made 3 helms? Did I really? Oh, I did. Why did I only make 3 helms? Because I'm out of pallid bones. Fuck you, game. I had enough pallid bones. What's going on here? Ah. Wow, Professions. You scammed me. Wow, Professions has taken me for a ride. Right. Right. This is why you always buy more stock than you need. Did I do Desolate Scale? Oh. I was making Desolate Scale ones. I was meant to be making Desolate Leather ones. Oh. Maybe I do need more bones. I was instantly choosing to... Yeah, okay. I screwed myself there. That's fine. I was choosing to use the cheaper path. Not Stop, long boy, stop! He's not going to stop. He stopped. Quick, quick. No, come back. You need to catch an AFK, long boy. Oh, now he's... Son of a bitch, he heard me. Right. We'll do it this way. Did they change the mat cost? No, I was meant to be crafting Desolate Leather, and I was crafting Desolate Scale, because I was instinctively doing Scale, because I know that Pallid Bones are basically free. When actually, currently, for some reason, well, yeah, just for many reasons. Benny Hill music soon as you start chasing the long boy. Maybe. Right. Let's buy some more. Let's buy some more Pallid Bones then. How many? I mean, they don't cost anything. I'll just buy a stack. If in doubt, buy a stack. It's not like I won't use them at some point. Right, let's try again. Who wants to bet it was a viewer on the long boy? It probably was. Because I'm that famous. Right, let's try again. Let's try that again. Yeah, sure, equip them, whatever. I'm only going to vendor them anyway. Hang on, am I going the right way? Yeah. Gonna farm rep on Draenor for 200 and... yeah, I will probably... Yes, probably. Considering that it's just quick to do. It's a few days worth of dailies. So yeah, it's one of those might as well, why not kind of things. It's not really so much of a grind anymore.
Goods and services for sale.
Yeah, you can post links here.
Until our next
I'll tell you when you can't, put it that way. 200 super boring. It's not only 3 to 4. It's not only the 3 to 4 dailies each day. You just need to get honored with you just need to get honored with Death's Advance. It's really not that difficult. You can arguably get Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle like in an afternoon. You can get to tier 4 with the Archivist Codex really quickly, I think now. Especially if you've already got to tier 6 on one character, you can probably do it much faster. Right, what's next on our list then? Leather pauldrons. I'm going to make scale ones because it uses less leather. This should get us up to 51. Crafter's Marks 1s are the suggestion now. And I think I agree. 15 of these? That's a lot. That's going to burn through. Oh, that's just the curing salt. Okay, cool. This should get us up to 60. If we get to 60 before, then we can chill. $60. Wonderful. Shade-bound waistguard. Five of these apparently. I'm wondering even if at this point making one at 117. I'm gonna have to make them anyway. I'll create one at 117 just because I can. Because if it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, then whatever. Take heavy desolate leather all the way up to 185, up to 85. This is just I said this in a video a while ago. This progression, like, it's not, you can't even consider this progression. The path of leveling your professions now is just so dull. So dull, it's not even funny. 83, we need 2 more, 84. Come on, one more, there we go. And then, I guess, heavy callous hide to the moon, right? Up to 89. That's why we bought exactly 40 callous hide, right? Surely. Then a shadow scale vest. I will set the item level to 117. It seems really bonkers, but, you know, if we happen to sell it for the stupid advertised price, it's better off. How many of these are we making? Just a single one. Then a pair of legs, which ironically will probably do the same thing. Might as well use these crafters marks. Can we do shadow scale? Oh, the shadow scale ones are more expensive because they use the heavy callous hide. That's weird. Oh no, heavy callous hide, heavy desolate leather. Heavy callous hide, pallid bones, heavy desolate. Well, I'm just going to make one of these. How we doing, Foxy? You found me. You were stalking. We need to craft one more. Are you kidding me? I'm now out of heavy desolate leather. Put them on, sure. Which one of these are we going to be able to make first? A pair of shadow scale legs. Go. Boom! 100 in leatherworking. Well, that was fun. Right, 100 in leatherworking. Let's go do the same for tailoring then. Once we've got... what we should also probably do is make sure that we've unlocked the legendary patterns before we go and do Korthia, actually thinking about it. Because if we don't do that, we might put ourselves in a weird situation where, you know, I don't want it to bug out on me. Right, cloth bandages. Cloth bandages times enough to get us up to 15. $13, $14, one more, $15. Lovely. Korthia, you need to have done the Covenant campaign before you can even get the Lego quest. Oh, that's true. Well, we'll still go and unlock the legendaries all the same. We can get that done. That's not too much of a problem. Right, what are we crafting here now? Capes, shrouded cloth capes. Times a few, I would guess. 8 of these. Get us up to 31. Why are you leveling tailoring and leatherworking? My ultimate plan is for legendaries. But prior to having the gold to be able to play around with legendaries, it will give us, you know, cloth, both cloth and mail and leather, item level 200 and 230 gear. I guess the other toon has jewel crafting and blacksmithing. Bingo. Exactly. Now the hood. How many of these? 2. Shoulders for a few, 5. Do you have a third for enchanting then? Enchanting will be on my bank character. Now I've not decided. I'm not in too much of a rush for an enchanter because I don't have the gold to start, you know, power leveling legendaries quite yet. I'm going to need to do a few bits and pieces before we get there. I will probably activate another account for the bank character, as that's just tends to be how I like to have it. I have my bank character on a separate account for Sylvanas. I have my bank character for Torin Mill on a separate account. I will probably do the same for Draenor. just gives me the option to have, 3 accounts open on 3 different servers, cancel scanning on 3 different realms, almost simultaneously. It obviously costs a lot more to do it that way because I'm paying a monthly subscription for each one. But as long as they're making enough gold to pay for themselves, I, once again, just consider it a business expense. Heavy shrouded cloth bandages up to 65. Two, 63, 2 more, 64, 65. Uh, 65 to 100. Right, Shadowlace Cord. Shadowlace Cord, how many of these? A few of them, 3. I might make one at 117, just because, I've got these crafters marks, I might as well use them. Gives me a slight variety on something to sell. What next? Shadowlace hand wraps. 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shadowlace cowl up to 180, up to 87. Tunic. Two pairs of trousers. And then 2 mantles. It's borderline depressing just how easy it was to level both of those professions up to 100. Please, 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 Blizzard, do something about it. But cool. All right. Now very quickly having both leatherworking and tailoring up and running, we should probably go and get the legendary recipes. Now, because I can't remember how the hell we're doing this, what we'll do is we'll resort to Zygor to tell me how we do it. Shadowlands, legendary rune carving, unlocking the rune carver. Go. Tell me what I'm doing. Complete the Prison of the Forgotten quest. Use your Covenant quest line to accomplish this. Okay, Covenant quest line. Leveling, Shadowlands. Who am I? Night Fae? Covenant quest line. Go. Right. Let's roll. If you have a max level, isn't it as easy as visiting the rune carver? I don't believe it is.
What can I do for you? I can't wait to see what you do next.
I mean, we could test. I could test, but I'm quite sure it's not. Put doubt in my mind now. I'm nearly certain it's not. But I'm going to have to test it now. Because if it... I mean, it doesn't really matter because ultimately I'm going to have to do the campaign anyway. Because I've got to do the campaign to get the 9.1 stuff. To get unlock rank 5s and 6s. But yeah. Your mounts ignore your call within the moor. Hello? What? I would love to know why. I thought that's account wide. That should be account wide, surely. So you need to do the 9.1 campaign to start Korthia? No, not to start Korthia, no. Yeah, see, it's chained off. We can't get in there right now. I mean, this character is literally just dinged 60, like, basically 10 minutes ago. So, good start since resubbing. Sold a Sunstone Panther for 45k. I mean, that's pretty good profit on one of those, if memory serves me right. There's, what, like 20k worth of vendor mats in it. But if you can get your living steel and your gems for a good price, that doesn't sound bad at all. What level are you, and did you do the more intro skip or complete the more intro? Well, this dude's level 60. I honestly have no idea. I must have done it because this character's not a brand new character. 26k crafting cost, 20k profit. Solid. And if there was any skips, there'd be massive fucking great big question marks on my map, so... Like I said, I need to do the Night Fae quest line anyway. So if I have to do a few steps more than I actually need to do now, it's not really a biggie.
Greetings, mortal.
Talk to Bolvar. And or visit your covenant, skip all 9.0 intro campaign to chapter 3, then sends you to Bolvar. You get to do more splaining again? Oh, that's true. Tell you what, it's nice to see Ardenweld at more than 20 FPS. Since I got my new graphics card, I can actually appreciate Ardenweld for what it is. As it doesn't tank my FPS now. And I can actually have the game fidelity at a decent point. For variety's sake, would you ever do a hot tub stream? Let's say you get a level 5 hype train. No, I'm not doing hot tub streams, no. I've been very keen for a long time to be considered more than just a, World of Warcraft goal making streamer. But making that lunge into purely a variety type streamer and content creator is very difficult. You have to kind of milk what you're good at for long enough to build up a core audience that will then follow you other places. Certainly I don't expect many people to follow me into a hot tub, let's put it that way.
So nice to see you. Long ago, after the trees and the Night Fae arose, the first mortal soul appeared in Ardenweald.
Made all the more difficult by the fact that I pretty much only play World of Warcraft, so Depends who's in there with you. Oh god, shall I just do what Miskiff does and just, you know, borrow some female streamers? I don't think my wife would be best impressed, if I'm honest. Veto the hot tub. Nobody wants to see you in Speedos. Hey, this is Finland. Who says I'll be wearing Speedos?
I devoted myself to serving nature.
Cosplay as a goblin? Maybe.
Replied the queen.
Kneel before Moonberry. I mean, I'm a goblin. I'm already tiddly. If I kneel down any further, I'll disappear.
Spirits forevermore. The cycle must continue, or all is lost. How shall I do this, O Queen? The soul asked. For my body is no more. I grant you this boon. Become as the wild
Give me the boon.
creatures.
Give me your
Whatever
boon.
shape you require, it shall be yours. And so, I extend the Queen's boon to you. Arise.
I am now officially booned.
Well, well,
Properly booned.
what do we have
Yoink.
here?
I know my way around. Skip ahead in the campaign chapter. Boom. Skip. Yes, please. Thank you.
You're a special one.
Join the Night Fae Covenant. Scandinavian hot tub with student and lazy. we'll just all get a summer cottage or something.
For Queen and Grove.
Except for Queen and Grove, okay.
Where do we strike?
What? Fly to ? That's not very helpful, is it?
Strike true.
I can take you to see the Queen.
Please do.
Step forward and receive
This is Draenor, I guess.
favor.
Looking forward to locking horns in some auction house PvP. This is Draenor, yes.
Our
Yeah.
sacred
Luckily, I won't be doing much of the auction house PvP for a small while, but stand on the thing, do an oath, skip a cutscene.
I
Boom.
grant you an night embrace you, Walker.
Meet Flutterby at the Forge of Bonds, alright.
With the blessings of the wild.
The forest provides.
Soon to be Black Friday for those nice Steam sale deals. There's not many games on my radar at the moment that would be worthwhile of a Steam sale. There's I really want to play GTA Trilogy. I'm absolutely desperate to go and play Vice City again. So much so that until we get, I'm very tempted until we get a 9.2 PTR. I'm very tempted to just go back and play through the Grand Theft Auto games. Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, San Andreas. Oh, it could be beautiful. The nostalgia will be outrageous.
What do you ask?
I'm very tempted to do that. But I'm also still kind of playing New World and still kind of want to be playing New World.
The forest needs us.
Yeah, there's a
I'll do my best.
there's a bunch of things on my radar that I kind of want to do in that regard.
There's a lot I have to learn. Farewell.
What am I meant to be doing? Add the conduits to the Forge of Bonds, alright. Does WoW get Black Friday deals on services like server transfers and stuff? I don't know. I've never thought about it. They might do. Apply a conduit. Alright, sure. What do I want? Wild Spirits last 3 seconds longer and deals 10% damage. I mean, yeah, I suppose. Must click it first, of course. So that makes all the sense.
Yes, you do. Oh, this should be interesting.
Report to Bulvar. Here we go. This is the one that we want. Hang on. While we're here, before we get too hasty.
I need to get close.
Of the forest deserve a greeting. Tend to
What's your renown? Did you apply your 40 renown token? I've not had the chance to buy it yet. It's still gated from me. We can probably go and get it now though. I think getting it now is something we can do. Divinity Sins 2. Isn't that the one that Preach played through? See, if I wasn't, yeah, this is the kind of the thing, right? I know that once, for me at least, for once patch 9.2 sorry, the 9.2 PTR turns up, that's when my brain goes into full-on content creation mode, right? That's when we'll be streaming the PTR a bunch. I'll be, you know, daily videos, hopefully, going over the new bits and pieces, and it'll be very World of Warcraft heavy and focused. But until that point happens, I'm kind of just in limbo. I don't really have anything too specific to be doing, which is why I should really... Firstly, why I didn't feel too bad about going and playing New World for a month, because there's not really a lot going on. I also took the opportunity to take a while off streaming because it was slowly burning me out. But I'm very tempted to go and do some things like play GTA and play a few other games for a little while. Right. So what's this? It's this one, right? Broker's Mark of Distinction. Increase your renown of your current active covenant to 40. Yoink. Boom! Renown 40. That's going to help. There's nothing else I need, is there really? I mean, I want this goddamn thing, but I haven't got the achievement on my main yet. Yeah, and the rest of it I don't care about. Right, let's go speak to Bolvar then. I've been buying it on my main and mailing it onto my level 50 alts. By the time they hit 60, they're renowned 60-ish. Yeah, these characters were leveled before that was a thing. But yes, going forward, if I level a level 50 character, I will absolutely pick one of those up first. Yeah, this is the Inter Torghast bit. Can we not skip this bit though? I've been to Torghast before and met the Rune Carver. Skip ahead to finish the Torghast chapter and have Torghast, Venari and the Rune Carver unlocked. All of the above. I've leveled my professions already. So we should now not only be able to go and head towards Korthia, but we can also go and get the rune carving recipes. Or the quest, at least, to go back to the trainer. We've got to do a bit of to-in and throw-in. But we can, yeah. Who am I meant to be speaking to here? Skip ahead to Korthia. Sure. Korthia awaits. Bingo. Take the portal to Korthia within the ring. Right. Before we take the portal to Korthia, we'll go and speak to the Rune Carver. Jump into the moor. That's what I'm doing. My brain stopped on me then. Divinity Original Sins 2 is an amazing CRPG. I've heard positive things about it. I've heard positive things. And it's meant to be pretty cheap to pick up. I've heard positive things. I keep talking myself out of getting it. Hey, never talk yourself out of playing video games. That's just silly. It's actually bonkers. But then again, I'm in the luxurious position where I basically get to play video games for a living. It's terrible. I only have 500 hours in the game. Yeah. Oh, what the hell? Oh, Vessels of Thread. This gives the Grim Veiled ones. Vessels of Leather and Bone gives our Bone Shatter and Umber Hide ones. Ashes of the Tower. Collect Soul Ash in Torghast. Sure, whatever. Acquire a Rune Carving Memory. An Armor Rune Vessel suitable to your class and 2 missives. These will give you unlock legendary crafting through the Rune Carver. Sure. Well, we don't actually need to worry about all of that. Now we need to go back to Orobos again. Told you it's a bit of toing and froing, but we got to remember what our actual goal is here. Our goal is to get the legendary recipes, get into Korthia and start chipping away at Crafter's Mark necessities. Everything else is just a side quest for us. These characters are here not to play the game properly, but just to make a bunch of gold on a bigger server. Wasn't sure I'd like it, so but I ended up playing 250 hours in a single player game. Usually only do that on MMO like online social games. Yeah, for a single player game to hold you for that amount of time is pretty impressive. I mean, even my first playthrough of GTA 5, I think I spent like 150 hours in or something like that. I mean, obviously that's 10 years ago now at this point, but it's I fully understand that, you know, a single player game to captivate you for that long is good going. Boom. Give me all the Grim Veiled stuff. Rank 1 Hell unlocked. If you want to lose your life in a game, play any of the Civ games. I've on a few occasions I've tried to play Civ a few times. Luckily, it's never really grabbed me. I've always found it too slow, and I've always found there to be way too much strategy involved in it for me to be bothered to learn it. I think I'm too much of a zoomer to play Civ nowadays. Rockstar was trending again yesterday. Don't know why. It's starting to trending. Well, Rockstar was trending yesterday because they released GTA Trilogy. So the old voice, what is it? GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. They re-released, I think. As you told me, I've started farming and posting raw mats. Can you tell me how much I should get as my base gold? I mean, it's a little bit up to you. My recommendation is 1 million gold. If you're also new to gold making, I recommend spending enough time farming to gather up about 1 million gold. Your first million is the hardest million to get your hands on for sure. But trust me, if you get there, you'll then have enough gold to, you know, start looking at buying and selling items to flip. You'll have enough gold to start like heavily investing in crafting. You'll have enough gold to, importantly, make a few mistakes like everybody does, and hopefully then if you've made a reasonable amount of gold, that those mistakes won't cost you too heavily. That's kind of the point. If you're more experienced and you're more confident in what you're doing, you can start with a lot less gold. But I probably wouldn't start crafting with much less than 100, 200,000 gold. Because honestly, you're just not going to have enough gold to buy enough materials to craft enough things to make it worth your while at that point. I did a video quite a while ago about when you should start crafting. And it, like, if you were to pick something like alchemy, for example, you need to be selling like thousands of potions and flasks every day before crafting actually outperforms what you could achieve just by doing some farming. Especially right now, farming materials is a good... I don't like putting these ballpark numbers to it, but you could probably quite comfortably get 20, 25,000 gold an hour just by farming at the moment. It's pretty difficult, or should I say you have to spend a lot on crafting items to achieve the same through crafting at the moment. It's a good time to be farming, let me put it that way. When did GTA come out? Oh god, like a long time ago. A long time ago. I mean, it first came out on the PlayStation 3. We now have a PlayStation 5, and it's still the most recent GTA game. It's pretty ridiculous. Oh, it's in the re-release? Yesterday. Should I farm current patch materials or old world mats too? Whatever's most valuable to you. Like if you... There's a trade-off, right? Current content materials will probably sell very quickly, but they're probably not very expensive. On the flip side, old world materials, you might be lucky. You might go to your auction house and Saronite ore is 30 gold a piece. And on that basis, then you might, you know, be able to make more gold per item, but it will be slower to sell. Yeah, it's whatever works best on your realm. Unfortunately, I can't be much more specific about than that, but. What we can now do... We need to just head to Korthia, right? Korthia awaits. Take the portal to Korthia within the ring. Okay. Let's get into Korthia. What do you want?
It would be my pleasure to help you.
Ask questions about them more. I really, really one day would like to work out what the hell this vendor dude is about.
I know our endeavors will prove
High pop server like Illidan, it's really too random sometimes. Mats sell so quickly, sometimes not. Well, I mean, if you're aware of that, it only goes to prove that it's 10 times more difficult for somebody like myself to, you know, give you the answer. There really isn't one. My pet is not dead. Where's my pet gone? Come here, Mr. Crab. There we go.
I remember you.
Korthia awaits. All of this good stuff. Zygor, you can help me out here. Not that I need you, but I mean, if I pay for you, I might as well. Isn't there a... Yeah, change the domination. Change the domination quest line.
My attention is yours, small walker.
Complete your Covenant campaign to continue this campaign. Oh yeah, because it puts you right at this point, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I forgot. So yeah, my actual next I'm now at the point where I can just bang through Korthia dailies. I can bang out Korthia dailies, Shaping Fate. Yeah, I'm just in rep grind mode now. Okay, that's fine. I can live with being in rep grind mode. That's not too difficult.
I will listen for now.
In theory, I should have a bonus to Archivist Codex. Not all of them, but some of them. Totally off topic, but can anybody explain to me why I would want a Wi-Fi air fryer? Probably because, you know, companies find the need to put Wi-Fi in everything nowadays. It's a bit ridiculous, but I agree with you. Why the fucking hell would you want a Wi-Fi air fryer? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. That's funny. Right. Well then, boys and girls, we've got one of our characters leveled up and ready to blast through Korthia. Next on our list is to repeat the process again, but for jewel crafting and blacksmithing on Muthius. We will do that next time, though. I am slightly limited for time today. The wife is going away for the weekend. I'm actually staying at home. But the wife is going away for the weekend and she leaves pretty soon, so I need to help her get ready. I will probably then, considering this is Friday, see you on Monday. There may be a if I get bored over the weekend, there may be a cheeky bonus weekend stream, but I never guarantee those as I basically play it by ear. I've not been feeling 100% this week. I don't know if it's just, you know, it's autumn and the air's changed. Maybe I'm getting a slight cold. I'm not entirely sure. But I might take the opportunity to just take a day or two and do nothing. If that's be the case, I will see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your gold making adventures. Enjoy playing whatever games you happen to be playing at the moment. But yeah, I will. I'll be back on. Oh! Before I go, you all need to go over and subscribe to the second channel. I've been in. Let me just ever so quickly show you before I disappear. Well, we basically have a second channel for YouTube. This is the reason I'm talking about it is because that's where all the VODs go. The VODs go on the second channel. The second channel at the moment has just over 100 subs. But whoa, chill. But as of recently, I've started uploading the VODs, but I also want to start doing some sort of clips and highlight videos over there as well. So, basically, get your ass over to the second channel and hit that sub button. I need to, that also reminds me, I need to update my my YouTube command and socials and stuff. I have the nice fancy.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Grimjaw, thank you
Both,
for the
I
sub.
hope.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I've got the nice fancy /Manthius URL for my main channel, but the second channel is not big enough to have nice perks like that as of yet. But I'm putting some little highlight, like literally 30-second, 1 minute, 2 minute little clip videos more than anything else. So if you miss the stream, I'm going to try my efforts to put some little clip videos out there. See how they perform, test the waters. The second channel is a little bit more for, you know, testing, seeing what's going on. But the VODs go up there as well. That's the main thing, because Twitch is a dick. Twitch will delete your VODs after a few days, and so I make sure to put the VODs up on the second channel, so they're there and available if you miss them. And yeah, like I said, I'll do my best to try and get some little highlight videos, quick 30-second, 2 minute, you know, flash in the pan, easy stuff, easy to digest. Remember to smash the like button on the videos, hit that sub button. But boys and girls, I'm going to stop self-promoing for a while. I'm going to go get some food, but enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you guys on Monday. In a bit. Peace.